There are many videos you will find on the internet about n8n automation. But have you ever built a real life web application using n8n? So today we are going to build an AI mock interview web application which we are going to develop with the help of React, Next.js, n8n and lot of different tech stack. Hey there and welcome back to TubeGuruji channel. Today in this video, we are going to build a full stack SaaS AI mock interview application completely from the scratch. In this application, we also added a live streaming avatar who can take your mock interview. Let me walk through the application first and then we'll talk about all the tech stack which we are going to use to build this application. If you see, we have this beautiful landing screen and I'm going to tell you how easily we can add this landing screen for any SaaS application. Then simply with the help of Clerk, we added the Gmail and email password authentication. Once you sign in, you will redirect it to the dashboard where you will find that I already created some of the mock interview, but you have option to create a new interview. Once you click on this create interview, you will find the dialog where you have option either you can upload the resume or even you can add a job description with the title and the description. Now let's upload resume. So over here I will select the resume. Okay, here you will find the preview of that selected file and then simply click submit. Once you submit this, it will trigger this n8n AI automation workflow where it will generate the AI mock interview question and it will return back to your application. You're gonna learn how we can set up this n8n automation workflow in your local machine as well as on the cloud. Obviously for that one we are going to use a Hostinger n8n feature which you can use it so that you can run your application in the production as well. Obviously I'm going to tell you each step by step implementation so that you can easily integrate it. Once your interview questions are ready, it will redirect you to this page where you can start the interview. On the click of it, it will redirect you to the interview session page where you can connect the call. Now once you connect the call, it will connect to a live avatar agent. So let's try this out. About yourself. And boom, if you see, our call is get connected to this avatar agent where he can listen whatever I speak. On the right hand side, you will see this conversation which is getting printed out.
Can you describe your experience with microservices architecture and how you have utilized it in your projects?
I just pause and unmute this one. But if you see, overall this UI where we have this button to unmute and mute, connect the call, you can even end the call, and on the right hand side you will see this conversation. This is the agent which will talk and ask you the mock interview question. We also added this avatar with the help of Akool. Akool provides you the streaming avatar API which is very easy to integrate, and with the help of Akool we added this streaming avatar into our application. Now all of these questions and everything we are saving into the Convex database. Convex is a real-time database and it's open source where we store all of the interview session, the user information, all of this data to the database. Once you're done with this one, you can simply end the call and then within a few seconds it will generate the feedback for you. Once it's ready, you will see this feedback and your interview record. You can even see this feedback anytime. With the feedback, right now we don't have a suggestion, but you will see the rating as well. If you check the previous old interview and click on the feedback, you will find the feedback, the suggestion for your interview and the overall rating. Everything AI will give you the response and we just need to add it. Obviously, this model or this automation workflow will help us to generate the feedback as well. Okay, just within a few drag and drop and it will remove all the complicated logic and make our life easier. And that's all which we are going to build in this particular project. But obviously we have the free tier and paid tier, okay, because this is a SaaS application. User only create 2 interview daily, and that limitation we added with the help of ArcJet. You don't need to add any complicated logic because ArcJet will take care of a rate limiting, bot detection, even the email validation and attack protection. Obviously, there are a lot of features you will find with the ArcJet, and it's free to start. You can just go to this link in the description and you can just get started with the ArcJet. I explained the complete integration into our application to limit the user. Okay, then if you want to create unlimited interview, simply you can have option to upgrade this plan. Now it's very difficult for any developers or any user to add a payment gateway to your web application. And in order to remove all of these complicated logics, code, we are using Clerk subscription billing feature, where within just one line of code you can add a pricing table into your application and it will automatically do all the job for the payment gateway. You don't need to do anything, just add the plan to the dashboard and it will display it on your screen. How easy it is, right? Everything we're gonna learn in this particular project, and if you are new to any of the tech stack, don't worry, because I'm gonna teach you everything from the basic. So guys, if you are new to this channel and did not subscribe to our channel, please do subscribe. Don't forget to press notification bell icon so that you will not miss any update. If you want a source code of any of my project, simply go to the tubegurji.com, where you will find all the courses and the source code for each of my project. Also, recently I launched brand new product called Kravix Studio AI, which will generate an AI short film video for you within just few clicks. Now inside this you can create consistent character videos for a complete movie. Not only that, but you can edit each scene one by one. You have multiple video style to generate like 3D Pixar, Ghibli, cinematic, realistic, anime, and you can generate and export your video under just 2 minutes. Simply click the link in the description and join it for free. You will get a free credits. Also, you can explore the existing user created project. You will find it and it's very interesting, guys. Okay, you will see this 3D animated video which you can generate by just typing a 1 or 2 line of prompt. Okay, and you don't need to do anything. This Kravix Studio will take care of generating this video for you, and you can generate unlimited video. So go to the Kravix Studio, try this out, and generate the social media video, start your own YouTube channel, Instagram channel, and just post this video. First thing first, we need to create a React application, and for that one we are going to use a Next.js. Next.js is a React framework to develop the web application, as it provides a lot of different features like built-in optimization, React server component or client server rendering. The most important feature is and routing. Next.js provides a folder-based routing. You don't need to add any configuration for the routing like React or other frameworks. Also, with the help of middleware, you can control your routing and authentication for specific pages. Everything is included inside the Next.js, which makes your application secured, much faster and optimized. So it improves the performance of any React application. Now in order to create a Next.js application, this is the command line. In order to create, just you need to copy it, and inside the terminal you can just paste this one. So we'll open the terminal at the folder where you want to create a project. If you are using a Windows, make sure to open a command prompt and simply paste this command. Now at latest we'll install the latest version of the Next.js every time. So if you want to install any specific version, you can just mention that version number and then click enter. After entering, you need to provide the project name. So here we'll say AI mock interview app and then click enter. Then it asks, do you want to use TypeScript? So say yes. As we are using a TypeScript, if you don't know how to use TypeScript, don't worry, because if you know the JavaScript a little bit, then you can easily build an application with the help of TypeScript. So we'll say yes to this question, no to the ESLint, yes to the Tailwind CSS. So it will automatically install the Tailwind CSS version 4 for us. Then no to the source directory, yes to the app router, which is very important, and then no to the turbo pack, no to the import ally. And then if you see, it started installing some dependency like React, React DOM, Next, and some dev dependency for the TypeScript and the Tailwind CSS. Once it finished, you can simply open a VS Code, open a folder where you just created this particular project. So in my case, it is inside the documents, and here is a AI mock interview application. On the left hand side, you will see some files and folders. Let's walk through each folders and file one by one. The very first folder, which is the app folder, which contain your all the pages, the code which you are going to return in order to display the content. The app folder contain a global CSS file, which is the CSS which is applied throughout the application. Then the layout.tsx file, which is the root layout of your application, which contain the fonts, the metadata, which is quite important for the SEO purpose, and the HTML body tag through which your children is going to render. Now all your pages are going to render through these children. Then you have page.tsx file, which is the default page of your application. Now once you run this application, you will get to know that how this page.tsx is getting rendered on the browser. Then we have node modules folder. Obviously we are not going to touch to this particular folder, which contain whatever the packages library you install, that packages which is inside this node module. Then the public folder contain all your images, assets which you want to use from your local folders. Then we have the next.config.ts file, which contain the configuration related to your Next.js application. Then package.json, which contains name, version of your application, along with the script to run your application or to build or to test your application. Some dependencies along with their version, and then dev dependency with their version as well. At the last, we have this tsconfig.json, which contains the configuration related to the TypeScript. Now, in order to run your application, simply go to the terminal, click new terminal, and then it will open a terminal inside your VS Code only. You can even drag this up and it will automatically open a terminal for you. Then simply run a command npm run dev, click enter. Then it will open a port 3000 on the URL localhost, right? On localhost it will open. So simply open that inside your browser, click on that one, it will open automatically, and then boom, if you see, now we have this default page getting rendered on the screen. Now if I go to this page.tsx file, what are the content you saw that is rendering on the screen? Now if I delete everything and just keep the empty div and then save it, you will see nothing on the screen. But let's write something. So here we'll say subscribe to TubeGurji YouTube channel. So guys, if you did not subscribe to our channel, please do subscribe. As soon as I save it, you will see the text is rendering on the screen. Next.js support and hard reload, so you don't need to reload it manually. As soon as you save and make some changes to your file and save it, it will automatically update your web application inside your browser. Now, this is how you can create the Next.js application and run it very first time. Now next thing, we need to set up an UI component library which is based on Tailwind CSS called ShadCN. ShadCN is a popular UI component library among the developers, so it's very easy to integrate and provide a lot of different components as well. Simply go to the ui.shadcn.com, go to the documentation, select the framework from the installation page. Then this is the command line in order to initialize the ShadCN inside your project. Simply select the npm, copy this npm command, then inside the terminal click add a new terminal and then paste the command. Then you can select the base color whichever you want, click enter, and then it will update the CSS variable inside the global CSS. Then it will also create some files like component.json which contain the configuration related to the shared CN, and then lib folder as well. Inside the global CSS, you will see all the variable which is added from the shared CN. You can change this variable with some different colors, which we are going to learn in upcoming uh, chapters in this video. Now, let's try to add this button component. Now, whenever you want to use any component from the shared CN, there are a bunch of components. You have to make sure you will install that component first using the command line. So, we'll copy this particular command for the button component. Simply open a terminal and then add this button component. Once the button component is added, you will see in the root directory you have brand new folder called components. Inside the component under the UI folder, we have this button.tsx file. This button.tsx file is added by the shared CN. Obviously, you have full control to customize this particular button. It's up to you. Now, if you want to use this particular component, I'm going to simply add this component button from the component /UI/button. And here, let's say subscribe, and then simply save it. Now, if I go back to your application, make sure you will import this button component, okay, and then save it. Once you save, you might see this problem. See, the button not look good, right? It happens sometimes. It depends on the use case as well, or user as well. So simply go to the global CSS, remove this TW animate CSS, and then boom, if you see, now button is perfectly visible inside the browser. Now you can put this back and then save it. Obviously nothing will happen, okay? So it may be due to the cache or due to bug inside the shared CN. So that's how you can fix it. So that's how you can set up the shared CN for your application. Now the last thing that we want to update is the font for our application, and it's quite easy. Simply we'll go to the app folder. Inside that we have layout.tsx. If you see, we have default font added. I will remove this font. Make sure to remove this class name as well. And then whichever font you want to use, simply you can search it on the Google Fonts. Go to the Google font, browse the font which you want. Okay, there are a bunch of different fonts, you can use it. In my case, I want to use the outfit font, which is my favorite one. So simply I will use this outfit, and if you say I'm getting the suggestion, and this outfit from I'm importing from the next/font/Google. Now make sure to initialize this font. So over here we'll say constant outfit is equal to outfit, and then we'll say subset and Latin. Now this outfit font you need to pass to this body so that it will apply throughout the application for each of the page. So we'll say class name and outfit dot class name, and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, so here make sure it's just a subset, okay, not a string, and then save it, and boom, if you see, our font is now changed to this outfit font. And now whenever you add any component, any text, or anything you write on the screen, it will automatically apply this outfit font, okay? So that's how you need to update the font for your application. Now let's add a landing screen for our app. Obviously our main focus is an application logic, but for any application we need a landing screen so that when user come to our app, he can see what this app all about. So in order to add the landing screen, we are going to add the header, which we are going to add simply a logo and the button to sign in and get started, and the hero section which tell us about our application. So let's go back to our app, and here we have the page.tsx file. This will be our default screen, so I will remove everything from here. Now first thing, we need to add an header, right? And then we want to add a hero section, and then save it. Now obviously we cannot build everything from the scratch, so in order to get this ready-made component, we are going to use this Uncertainty UI. Uncertainty UI is based on the shared CN, so you don't need to install or initialize any new components. So simply go to this site, go to the components, and here you will find a bunch of different components. See, okay. Now whichever you like, you can just pick that one. For example, you want to build this hero section, just click on this, and here we have if I go to the CLI, this is the ready-made component, it will get added to your project. Or if you see, this is the simple example that you can directly use is in your project. So now let's copy this npm command. Let's use this particular project. We'll go to this terminal and simply add this. Once you install, it will install this particular component. Now in order to use it, simply go to the code, and here is the hero section, and also we have the navigation bar, which is the header section. So first we'll copy this header section. So I will copy this navigation code as it is. Then we'll go back to our app, and inside this app folder I'm going to create an underscore components folder. So all the component which is shared across the application, we can keep inside this underscore component folder. Now when we create a or give the component folder name start with the underscore, then Next.js will not consider as a route. Inside this, we'll create header.tsx file, add a default template, and then simply paste this code and then save it. Now if you see, I just added just 3-4 words, and then it automatically create or added the template inside my VS Code. That is possible because in a VS Code extension, you can just use the React Redux snippet tool extension. Make sure to install this, and then you can also install the Tailwind CSS IntelliSense, which help us to write a Tailwind CSS classes much faster. Once you have a header component, I will add this header component inside this home screen. Once you add, go back to your application, refresh the screen, and boom, if you see, we have this beautiful header section showing on the screen. Now obviously inside the header we are going to rename these things. So here we'll say AI mock interview, and then you can add a button for login. It's up to you how you want to add. Okay, next thing, if I go to the hero section, we want to add this hero component. So I will copy everything from the hero component, then go back to your application, and inside this component folder I'm going to add hero.tsx file. Let's add a default template and simply paste the component which you copied. Now over here we don't need a navigation bar, so I will remove that. Then we need to import this motion, right? If you don't have this motion installed, so I will just see the example, right? So if you see that beautiful animation get added, right? It's up to you if you want to add this motion component. If you don't have, simply go just search on Google npm motion. So this is the motion component we need to add. So I will copy that, make sure to import that inside the terminal, so it will get installed, and then import that motion. So if I go to the code, this is how you can use it. Oh, sorry, at the top. Now make sure that this component on the client side, once you add it and refresh the screen, right now nothing is showing on the screen because we did not added this hero component inside our page. So I will add this hero component now, save it, and go back to your app, and boom, if you see how beautiful our hero section is ready. Within a few clicks, you just need to copy these UI things to your component, and then you can simply import that. For the logo, we can change this logo. So I'm going to use this logo placeholder. You can just simply go to this untitledui.com/logo. Here you will find a free logo. Okay, it's a SVG file. So whichever you like, you can simply copy that. So in my case, I'm going to copy. I'm just searching the best one which matches to my application. So let's use this one. Okay, so I will use this logo, copy that SVG file, go to the public folder. Inside this, we'll create a logo.svg file and simply paste it here. Once you paste inside your header, we can add it. So for this, instead of this div, I'm going to add an image tag from the next/image, provide a source tag. Now here you don't need to provide a complete path, you just need to provide /logo.svg, and Next.js will automatically find this particular file inside the public folder. Give the alt tag as a logo, inside the width we'll say 40, height to 40, save it, and if I go back, boom, our logo is showing on the screen. How easy it is. Now just update this content, whichever content you see on the screen, right? So first thing, inside the hero, I'm going to update the title, so which is over here. So over here I will say master job interviews with AI powered practice sessions. Okay, and if I go back, boom, same thing, I'm going to update the description as well, and here I will paste that. If I go back, this is how it will work, and I think that's all we needed. Okay, at the last we want to update this image, so I already have the dummy image that I'm going to use, so I will copy this image inside my public folder, and I will rename this to hero.png, and then simply I'm going to replace over here, so we'll say hero.png file, and boom, see. So that's how you need to update your hero section, and within 5 minutes our hero section or hero page is ready. That is our landing screen. Now before moving to the next chapter, I wanted to update the default color for our application, the default theme color or primary color we can say. Currently the primary color, which is kind of black, and we want to update that, and simply for that one you need to go to the global CSS, because all the tailwind CSS variables imported by the Shatsion is moved to the global CSS with the tailwind CSS version 4. Over here if you scroll down, you will see this primary, right? And currently they uses this format called OKLCH, and obviously we don't know how it works, right? Now obviously if you have the hex code, so in this case I already have this hex code, the question is how to convert in this particular format. Simply if you try to add something like this, some hex code, it will not work, guys. Okay, so this is, it will not work. So the question is how to do it. So simply go to this oklach.com and paste this hex code over here. It will give you this relevant oklach format code. Copy that and then paste it here. Once you paste, then go back to your application. Obviously this button currently it's a not a Shatsion button, so I will go to this header, and instead of this one, now I'm going to use a button component, and here we'll say get started, and boom, if you see, now our button get changed. Same thing I'm going to update inside my hero section. So if I go to the hero.tsx file where we have the two button called explore now, so I will change this button something like this. See, you can provide a size large. Perfect. So that's how you need to update it. If you have any question, any doubt until this point, let me know in the comment section. Now it's time to add an authentication into our application. Authentication is very crucial and important part of any application. It helps us to access your data from unauthorized user. Now let's consider that you are on the landing screen. That landing screen don't need an authentication. Obviously it is publicly accessible. But in order to access the dashboard, any API endpoints, database, or any pages that need an authentication, we need to secure our application. And that's where we are going to use a Clerk authentication. Clerk provides a complete secure authentication to your Next.js application. Obviously, it provides a lot of different features like multi-factor authentication, SMS, email password authentication, magic link, the social sign-on, and many others. It is very easy to integrate and it secured our complete application by just few lines of code. Clerk is not only provide an authentication service feature, but it also provide an subscription billing feature where you can add a payment gateway within just one line of code. With the help of Clerk billing, you can add this pricing subscription model into your application. And that also we are going to learn in this particular project. Now, simply click the link in the description about the Clerk. Then simply sign into your Clerk account. If you don't have an account, make sure to create one. Then once you sign in, you will redirect it to a dashboard. If you see, I already have bunch of projects I created with the Clerk. Now I will create a new project by going to this top, click create application. Here you can enable whichever the sign in option you want, give the application name. And then on the right hand side, you will see the preview. With the help of Clerk UI component, you can easily add this beautiful sign in window as well. Simply, once you select all the sign in option, click create application. Once the application is created, you can select the specific framework. Then you will get this npm command in order to install the Clerk SDK into your Next.js application. Inside the terminal, simply paste this command and then it will install the Clerk inside the Next.js. Then follow the step-by-step guide in order to add this Clerk, and let's get started with this one. So simply copy these environment variables, go to your .env.local file. So if you don't have inside the root directory, make sure to create a one. So I will paste this. Then once you save, you need to create a middleware.ts file. Now middleware help us to protect your pages. So you can write all the logic inside this middleware. So I will create a middleware.ts file inside the root directory, copy all the content and simply paste it here. You don't need to understand for now. Then you need to wrap your application inside the Clerk provider. So you can simply go to your layout.ts file. So go to the root layout. Inside here, I will wrap this complete application inside the Clerk provider. Something like this. Now it means our application is now secured with the help of Clerk. And then go to the Next.js guide. Now obviously that link which is in the description, make sure to click it so you will redirect it to that particular page. Now inside here, you need to create a custom sign in and sign up page. That is very important, right? So your application sign in sign up page will be on your own domain. So I will copy this complete path and then I will go to this app folder. Inside this app folder, make sure to create a new folder called auth. Okay, so I will keep the sign in and sign up page inside this auth folder. Then we'll click plus sign and paste this path. Once you paste this path, it automatically create a sign in folder as well along with the file. Then copy this content as it is and then paste it. Then you have to add this sign in page as a public route inside your middleware. So I will copy middleware as it again and I will replace with the existing middleware code with the new one. Then you have to copy these environment variables inside your .env.local file. And the last, you can just run the application. But don't forget to add a sign up page as well. That is also very important. So I will copy the sign in page route where we want to create this particular page. So I will go to this auth folder again. So I think we created in wrong folder. So I will move this to auth. Okay, make sure that I will select the auth again. I will paste this path, then copy the content, paste it here, save it, update your middleware by adding this line inside your public route. Now inside the middleware, we are telling that okay, these two are the public route, okay, and you don't need authentication for that one, and that's what the logic is written under this middleware. After adding this, you need to add an environment variables as well. So I will add that inside the .env.local file, and now I will reload our application. Now obviously, if you see on the localhost 3000 as well, it asking me to sign in, but we want this particular page or a home screen or a default landing screen to be a public, and you don't want to add authentication for that one. So inside the public route you can simply add slash. It means you don't it is a public route and don't need an authentication. Now if I go to the localhost 3000, see, I can able to access without any authentication. But consider that you have a route called dashboard and you want to access that. If I click enter, obviously it is asking me to sign in, because that dashboard route is completely protected by the Clerk authentication. How cool it is, right? This is how easily you can protect your all the routes. Now let's bring this particular UI component in the center of the screen. So I will go back over here, go to the auth sign in page, and I'm going simply add a div. Inside the div I will add this sign in component. I will make it flex, item to be in the center, justify content center, and will give height to screen. Over here, if you see, now it's coming in the center of the screen. Same thing I'm going to do. So let me close this terminal for the sign up screen. So I will remove this, will add a div, and then add a sign up. Over here we'll make it flex, item to be in the center, justify content in the center, and height to the screen. And then your sign up page is also now ready. You can go to the sign up by clicking the sign up button. Perfect, right? I think we need to add justify center, make sure it's height to be screen, and then boom. Okay, so that's how you can add authentication. Now you have option to sign in with the email password, or you can sign in with the Google as well. Now before that, on the home page, make sure when you user click on get started, you will redirect it to the dashboard page, and obviously if user is not logged in, then it will ask us to sign in. So I will go to the header where we have this button. Now we can wrap this button inside the link tag with the h reference, and we'll just say a dashboard. Currently we don't have the dashboard route, we'll create one later on, but for now just create this, add this link with the h reference. And same thing I'm going to add inside the hero when user click on explore. And make sure to import this link from the next slash link. Now obviously it's act like a anchor tag only, but it is optimized for the Next.js application. Now if I click on get started, see, it asks me to log in first. Then select the account. Once you select the account, then you can able to access the dashboard page. Currently we don't have dashboard page, so it might give us the 404 error, see. But once we created the dashboard page, then you don't need to do anything. So that's how guys you need to add an authentication into our app. Later on we are gonna also learn how easily we can add the payment gateway, the pricing subscription model with the help of Clerk. Now it's time to set up a database for our application, where all our application data we are going to store under that particular database. And for that one, we are going to use a Convex open source database. Convex is not just a database, but it provides you real-time updates. It's a type safety and available for a number of different frameworks as well. With the help of automatic caching feature, Convex database is quite faster than any other database as well. Along with that one, Convex also provide a file storage feature where you can store images, files. Also, with the help of cron job, you can run a background scheduler or background job, or it also have the server function, so that you don't need a dedicated server if you want to use Convex. Everything is bundled under the one particular database called Convex database. I use this Convex in many of my projects and I love it. And today we are going to use Convex into our app. In order to get started with the Convex, click the link in the description, and obviously it's free to use, so you don't need to pay in order to develop your application. Simply create an account on a Convex, and once you create an account, you will jump onto the dashboard. If you see, I already have a bunch of different projects running on a Convex. Over here, simply create a new project and give the project name. So I will say AI mock interview app, and then say create. Once you create the project, you will see at the top currently you are in the development mode. But later on, once we deploy our application and finishes, you can even switch it to the production in just one click. On the left hand side, you will see some option. The one is to create a new table. Under the health, you will find which API or a database called fail. Everything you will find over here. Under the function, you will see all your serverless functions, file in order to store your files and data, and all other information you will find on the Convex. Now the first thing, we are going to integrate Convex to our app. So click the link in the description so that you will jump onto this Convex Next.js quick start guide, where we need to install the Convex SDK. So this is the command line in order to install inside your Next.js project. So copy it, go back to your application. Inside here, inside the terminal, I will just paste it. So it will install the Convex for us. Next, copy this command in order to run the Convex in a development mode. So I will run this command. Now it will ask, do you want to select create a new project or do you want to choose existing project. Now we already created a project through the dashboard, so we'll say choose existing project, and then I will search for the AI mock interview or mock interview app 2.0. Once you select, it will start Convex function locally. Once you run this command, you will see a new folder get added called Convex inside your root directory. Inside here there are several files and folders. Okay, so you don't need to touch to any of this one. Also inside the .env.local file, you will see the Convex development key and the URL is added. Okay, that is only helpful or applicable in a development mode. Okay, now once you add all of these things, you need to wrap your application inside the Convex provider. You don't need to worry about this one because we are creating the brand new table and everything from the scratch. So simply create a new provider called Convex client provider, and inside that you need to wrap your application. So let's go to this app folder. Inside this, we'll create a new file called convex client provider.tsx. Inside this, I will copy all of this content as it is and we'll paste it here. Okay, and then save it. After that, I think that's all we needed. Okay, so I will go back and over here, instead of importing that Convex client provider directly inside the layout.tsx file, we can go to the layout and then we'll wrap these children inside this Convex client provider. Now make sure go to your app and you will not see any changes. Next thing, we'll create another file called provider.tsx and then add a default template. Now this provider will helpful, you will learn later on, but for now make sure to add this provider.tsx. Through this we'll render the children, and then this provider we're gonna use it inside the Convex client provider. So I will wrap these children inside our provider, something like this, and I will also make sure that this provider is also on the client side. So most important thing, we kept this layout on the server side and this provider on the client side. Next, that's all we needed. Now it's time to create a schema. Means we need to create a table inside our Convex database. So I will go to the Convex folder. Inside this, we'll create a new file called schema.tsx, or we'll say ts only, and inside here we'll simply say export default define schema. Now inside the define schema, we'll create a new table called user table, and we'll say define table. Once you define the table, you can provide the column and their type. Now make sure that define schema and define table you are importing from the Convex server. Then over here we'll say name, the v, which is the value, make sure to import this Convex value, and then it contains the type. Here we'll say image URL of that particular user. So we'll say v of type string, then the email, and then I think that's all we needed for now, and then save it. Once you save, make sure inside your terminal you don't have any error while running the Convex. Here it's saying the Convex function is ready. Now as soon as you save this one, let's go back to your Convex dashboard, and over here you will see a brand new table automatically added because we created the schema file which is synced to this particular development server. Now over here obviously you will not see any record because we don't have any record, but when I click add document, you will see these three fields which you can add it, and that field we already added. Now you don't need a unique ID or created by column because Convex will automatically add a unique identification record number to each of the record. So you don't need to worry about that. Okay. So that's how you need to create tables inside the Convex. Now the next thing, whenever user log into our application, we need to save the user information, and for that one we can create a Convex function which is a serverless function. Okay, so simply go to the Convex. Here we'll say users.ts, and inside this all related users database related functionality like inserting record, fetching the record, everything we can define inside the user. So simply over here we'll say constant export, first export constant create new user is equal to mutation. As whenever you want to insert a record, update a record or delete a record, you can use mutation, but when you want to fetch the record, then you can use a query. Now this mutation you need to import from the generated server. Inside this we'll provide an argument. This argument, whichever the argument you want to fetch it or pass it to this particular function, you can define over here. So for example, name, provide a type, make sure to import this v dot string, then email, and then the image URL. After this you need to provide an handler. Handler contains actual logic. So here we'll say async. It takes two arguments, one is ctx and then second is arguments and then arrow function. Then over here first thing we need to check if user already exists. Okay, and second, if not, then insert new user to database. Okay, so whenever user log into our application, we need to first check if it already exists or not, and depends on that one we need to take an action. So over here we'll say constant users is equal to await ctx dot db dot query, and then you need to provide a table name which is user table dot filter, and then inside this filter you need to add equal to, or you can say q dot equal to, and then you need to write q dot fill, give the fill name which is email, and compare that with the arguments dot email. Once you have that, make sure to collect, means you have to select everything. Okay, so over here we'll say collect. Now once you have all the user, you can simply check the logic over here. So we'll say if users or user dot length is equal to 0, it means no user found with that particular email, then you can simply insert a record. So we'll say user result is equal to await ctx dot db dot insert, give the table name which is user table dot, or inside that only you need to provide the values. So if you see, we need to provide an email from the arguments dot email, then the image URL, again that is we'll get it from the argument dot image URL, and the name, that is also we can get it from the argument dot name. Okay, and then over here we'll say const, or I think we don't need to do anything, but over here you can simply keep all the data inside this data field. Okay, and over here we'll say dot 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 data. Perfect. We'll just simplify it because we want to return at the last. So here we'll say return all the data and then result as well. So we'll say underscore id as result dot or result dot underscore id, I believe, or maybe for now we will just hold it. We'll see, we'll check the result, what is the result we are getting over here. Okay, and if user is if you already have the user, then you can say that user information. Now make sure you will return the first user every time, because with that email we'll only get one user. Okay, and then save it, and this is how the create new user convex function is ready. Now in order to create a new user, go to the provider. Over here first you need to define this particular convex mutation. So we'll say constant create user is equal to use mutation. This is the React convex hook, and this use mutation we are going to use. To this use mutation you need to provide which API you want to use. So we'll say API, make sure to import from the convex generator API dot users dot create new user. Now we will create a new method called constant create new user. Inside this method we're gonna call this mutation. So we'll say constant result is equal to await create user, and then you need to provide an argument inside this. Now you need to provide email, then you need to provide an image URL, and then the last the name. Now all of these three value we can get it from the Clerk use user hook. Okay, so before that I will mark this as async. Now over here we'll say constant get all the user information. So login, you can get all of this login information from this user hook, which is importing, which we are importing from the Clerk Next.js. And then if you want to get user email, just say user.primary email address dot email address. For the image URL we'll say user dot image URL, and for the name we'll say user dot full name. Now make sure this particular method we only run whenever we have the user information. Now if it's empty I will just put something like this. Okay, so if full name is not there it will save it as empty. So just to ignore this warning. Next, this particular method we need to call whenever the user information is available. So we'll use the use effect. Whenever this component get load, this use effect will get execute only once, but whenever the user information is available we want to execute this use effect. So that's the reason I pass this user. Then over here we'll say user and create new user method, because we want to call this method. Okay, and then at the last I'm going to save the result. Now under this user, for now when we insert a new record I also going to return the result. Oh, not here, over here, or just pass result like this. Don't add a spread operator. Then inside the provider we are consoling the result. Now let's go back to your application. I will open the inspect panel, go to the console. Right now we don't have anything, so let's refresh the screen, and obviously we are not getting anything. But if I go to the Convex DB, let's refresh this one, still we don't have any record added. There is a small mistake over here. So if you see this provider name is started with the P and our component name is also started with the P, maybe inside the Convex client provider the import statement is incorrect. Okay, so I will remove that and I will add it again. So I don't know why it's not taking capital P, but if I save this one, and now if you see we got the data. Inside this data we have image, email, all the details, right? And not only that, but if I go to the Convex database, here you will see a brand new record get inserted inside this user table, where we have user email, image URL, name. Along with that one, the unique Convex ID get attached to each of this record, which is quite helpful when you want to connect the multiple table together. Okay, so that's how you need to create a Convex database, integrate with your application, and create a Convex function in order to connect your app and a database, and so that they can communicate with each other. Now next, whichever information we get it from the Convex function, right, the user unique ID along with the user information like name, email, we want to share that across the application, so that whenever you want to add any record inside the database, you can refer that user's ID. And for that one, we are going to use a context. So simply we'll create a new folder called context inside the root directory, and inside that we'll keep all our context. So here we'll say user detail context.tsx. Simply we'll say export constant user detail context is equal to create context. Make sure you are importing from the React. I will provide a type any, and here I'll provide it as a null. Now context is very powerful React hook, or is a state management hook, which you can use it to share your data across the different components. You don't need to pass from one component to other. Once you define, wrap your application inside the context provider, you can share it across the application. And let me show you how to do it. So simply, once you define this context, go to the provider, and inside the provider wrap your children under that user detail context. So here we'll say user detail context dot provider. To this provider, you need to define a default value, and then over here pass the default state. So I will just define that at the top. So here we'll say user detail comma set user detail is equal to use state, and then I will pass it over here. So we'll say user detail comma set user detail, and then save it. Now whenever you get this result, simply set the user detail with the result. You can define a type any here, and then save it. Now in any component, whenever you want to use this user detail or want to update user detail information, you can simply do it with the help of that context. Now you can simply in order to avoid a long length define the context, I will say export constant use user detail context is equal to arrow function, and I will going to simply return create context, and inside this you can provide a context name. So we'll say user detail context. So from next time, I'm going to show you how easily we can access this one. Okay, but for now, make sure to implement this context and add your user detail information so that you can access it later on. Now let's create a dashboard layout. So as per this mockup, we are going to create first the new screen called dashboard. On the dashboard, we have to make sure on the header section, we are going to add 3 menu options. One is dashboard, upgrade, and how it works. Now on the dashboard, when user don't have any interview created, at that time we are going to show this empty state, which on which user can create a new interview on the click of this create button. Okay, and once user created the interview, then we are going to show that card so that he can come and access anytime. But for now, this is the empty state, and very first time when user come to this dashboard, this is how it will look like. So first thing first, we'll go back to our application, and inside this app folder, we are going to create a routes folder. Inside this routes, we're gonna keep all our routes. Okay, so under the one folder we can keep it. Inside this we'll create a dashboard, and under that we'll create a page.tsx file. Let's add a default template and we'll rename this to dashboard and then save it. Now if I go to localhost 3000/dashboard, I can able to access that dashboard. See, okay, perfect. So that's how it works. Second thing, we need a dedicated header to the dashboard, right? So we are going to add a routes under this routes folder, which uh, obviously we are going to add a layout inside the routes folder, and that particular layout is only applicable to the all the routes which come under this routes folder. Okay, so we'll create a layout.tsx and I will add a default template. Here I will name it as a dashboard layout. Make sure to render these children. Okay, so you can give type any, doesn't matter, and over here we'll say children. Perfect. Now on this screen, if I go to the localhost 3000/dashboard, you will not see any change. But for these particular routes, we need to create a dedicated header. So we'll create underscore components under these routes. So all the component which is shared across these particular routes, we're gonna keep inside this component folder. Inside here, we are going to add app header.tsx file. Let's add a default template and then save it. Now simply copy the content from the header as it is. So I will copy this now. I will paste it here, but make sure to import this image, and we don't want this button. So instead of this, we are going to add one div, and then we want to add user button. Now this user button component is from the Clerk. Okay, once you add this, and then you have to add this app header inside your root layout, because we want this header throughout the application except the home screen. So whatever the routes we added under this route folder, for that route we want this app header. So we'll add this, save it, and boom. See, now on this one, if you see, with the help of this Clerk component, we got this beautiful drop down to manage the user's profile account. Next thing, we want to add some option. So inside the app header, we'll define some option. So here we'll say menu option. Here we'll say name, we'll say dashboard, and then we'll also define a path. Let's say dashboard, then second, and then third. For a second, we'll say upgrade, and here we'll say how it works. And for upgrade, I will say upgrade only. Okay, and save it. Now this option we need to iterate, so I will add a UL tag inside this. We'll say menu options dot map option comma index and the arrow function. Over here I will add li tag and simply add option dot name. Over here we'll just, okay, let's keep it as it is for now. Save it and let's see whether we are getting this option. And if you see, we have these three options. Now for this UL tag, we'll make it flex and give gap to 5, so it will be in one line. Also I will just hide this logo. I will just keep this svg file only, and then we have these beautiful options. For this option, I will make the text larger. On hover, we'll increase the, or we'll just scale this to 105, and for smooth animation we'll say transition all or transition all. And if you see, on hover it changed beautifully. Make sure you will add the cursor pointer, so whenever we hover, the pointer get changed. Perfect. Next thing, after updating the header, we'll go back to our dashboard screen, and on this dashboard screen, first we'll give some margin and padding. So we'll say padding Y to, let's say, 20, padding X to 10. Depends on the screen size, we want to update the padding. When the medium screen size, we will apply padding 28, and on larger screen we can apply paddings to 44, and extra large we can apply padding to let's say 56. And once you apply, this is how it look like. Then just bring this down. Over here we'll add an h2 tag and we'll say my dashboard. Then we'll add one more text. Over here we'll say welcome, and we want to give the username. Now in order to get the username, you can use the use user hook from the Clerk. If you are using the hook on the client side, so obviously you need to mark this particular component on the client side, and here we can add username. So we'll say user dot full name and then save it. See, now obviously we'll increase the size. So here we'll say text larger, and then I will make this text gray 500. For this welcome we'll say text 3XL and then save it. I will also increase the font bold. Perfect. On the right hand side we want to add a button in order to create a new interview. So that will be the dedicated button, right? So whenever you want to create a button, you can simply add it. So we'll add a button component. Over here we'll say create interview, and we want button on the right hand side. Also you can change the size to large, or you can keep as it is. Then we want to bring everything in one line. So I will again wrap this, both the div and the button in another div, so that we can mark this as a flex, justify between, and then item to be in the center. See, so that's how you have to do it. Now let's add an empty state, something like this. So for that one, you can create an empty state.tsx as a separate component and simply add this component over here. Now this component can be visible if user don't have any interview created. So over here I will create a state called interview list, comma set interview list is equal to use state, and initially it will be just empty. Now over here we'll say if interview list is equal to, or we can say dot length is equal to 0, then we can simply show empty state. Now go to the empty state, but in meantime if you check, we are getting this empty state. Okay, now inside the empty state we'll give a margin top to let's say 14. Then we want to add an image from the local. So I already added one image inside the public folder called interview.png. Okay, I will share these assets with you for free. I will keep the link in the description so you can go ahead and check it out. Then in alt tag we can add as a empty state. Then for the source I will say interview.png. then give some specific width. So for width I will say 100, height to 100, save it, and make sure it's rendering on the screen. See, perfect. I will just increase this size, let's say 130. Okay, after that we want to add a text, and here we can say, I will just copy from this documentation. You can also get this access to this documentation. I will put the link in the description. So margin top to 2, text larger, and I will also make text gray to 500. Okay, I think we can make text larger. Okay, yeah, and then we want to add a button as well. I will say create interview. Now let's bring everything in one line. So we'll say flex column, and then item in the center. Perfect. Also give gap to let's say 5, and then we want to add a border to it. So add a border, we want a dash border, so make sure to add. Also give padding, so let's say 10, and you can give border, let's say some border width as well. Okay, I think we can give more width. Let's say how it looks. I think that's pretty good. And then you can round it the corner. Perfect. If you want, you can add some color. So I will say background gray to 50, and that's how our empty state, the dashboard layout is ready. As simple as that, no complication. Whenever user come to our app, he feel simple and clean and easy to play around it. Now once user click on this create button, we want to open a dialog in which we are going to add a two option. One, user have option to upload the resume, and with the help of resume our AI will generate the questions and then the interview will start. Or user even can upload the job description by entering the job title, description and the years. Obviously on the dialog we are going to add a Shatzian tab navigation. So depends on whether user want to upload the resume file or want to enter job description, he can choose between them, and on the click of submit, then our AI model will generate the question. That workflow we'll implement later on, but for now we'll implement this dialog with these two different components. So we'll go back to our application, and inside this, inside our route where we have this dashboard along with the empty state. Now on this empty state we have this button called create interview, right? So under this underscore component we are going to create interview dialog.tsx file. Now we'll add a default template and then save it. Now we want to use a dialog, so we'll go to the Shatzian and search for the dialog component. Now if I click on this one, this is how it works, and that's what we wanted. So I will copy this npm package inside the new terminal, paste it so that it will install. In meantime, I will go back to our this Shatzian documentation, copy this import statement and simply paste it here. Then we'll copy this dialog as well, or the simple use case, and then that also will paste it here. And this is our dialog now is ready. Now simply we are going to move this create dialog button. So I will remove it from here and I will put it inside this dialog trigger. Now this dialog trigger actually help us to open the actual dialog. So make sure to import this button, and then we'll simply copy this create interview dialog and then I will paste it here, something like this. Okay, and then save both this file. Once you save, we'll go back, and if I click on this create interview, see the dialog open. How cool, right? So that's what we wanted. Next, same thing you have to implement for this button as well. So I will just go to this page.tsx file where we have this button. I will remove this button and instead of that I will add create interview dialog. So when I click on this one, it will open that dialog. Now let's implement the dialog content. So we'll go to this create interview dialog. Inside this we have the header, and for the title I will just say please submit following details, and then inside the description we want to add the file upload activity. But before that we have to make sure that we want to show both the content, right? So in order to switch from one section to other, we are going to use a Shatzian tab components. Now this tab component is quite easy, see, and how cool it is. So that's what we want. So I will copy this npm package in order to install, and once it install you can copy this import statement. Oops, sorry, I think I did not copy it. Let's copy it again and then we'll paste it here, and then copy this example as well and then paste this up. Sorry, we'll copy this again and we'll paste it here and then save it. Now just wanted to show how it looks for now. So if I click on this one, you will see this tab. Perfect. Now we'll update this name. So here we'll say resume upload and then job description. Now for this trigger, obviously this trigger is very helpful in order to navigate between these components. So I will just say resume upload, and here we'll say job description. Now by default, uh, when you open the dialog, the resume upload tab will be active, and over here whenever the resume upload is there, it will show this content. So whatever you put inside this tab content, it will show. And same thing I have to do it for this job description, and then save it. Now if you see, we have these two different tabs with the resume upload and the job description. You if you mention it as a full, that's also fine. And I will also give margin top to, let's say, 5. Okay. Now for both of these particular section, we are going to create a separate component. So under this component, we'll say resume upload.tsx. Let's add a default template, and we'll create another component for job description.tsx and add a default template for that one too. Once you add, make sure to import this component inside the create interview dialog for this tab content. So this tab is for the resume upload, so we'll say resume upload component, and this one is a job description. Now make sure it's working. See, the job description and then resume upload. Now also for the dialog content, we can increase the size of the dialog. So in order to change the width, so I will provide a class name to this dialog content, and then just provide a minimum width, let's say 4 XL. And if I change this one, let's open this, and that's how it looks. See, I think we can make it to, let's say, 3 XL. I think this is much better. Now for the resume upload, we need an option to upload the file, right? And we want to allow only a PDF file. Now for that one, I'm going to use an uncertainty UI component called file upload, and you can just search it under the components, and this is how it looks like. On the click of that, it will open a file explorer from where you can select the file. Now in order to add it into your application, go to the CLI, copy this command, npm command, and then make sure to install. Once you install this command, you can simply use it. So this is the code for that one, and I will copy this div inside the resume upload. Let's paste it here, and make sure to import this upload, or better you can just copy paste it. Now let's define this handle file upload. So that logic is already there, so I will just copy that and we'll paste it here. I will bring this down and make sure to import the use state, as we are using a React hook. So I will make this as a client, the use client. And now if I go back, here we have this beautiful upload section. Cool, right? Now make sure to provide cancel and submit button. So you can provide it to the dialog only. So inside the dialog content, maybe it's out of let's put it inside dialog content. Here you can provide a dialog footer as well, and to this footer you can say dialog close button, and one button I will say for a cancel. If I go back, you will see this cancel button. I will put a variant as ghost, something like this, and we want one more button which is called a submit, and save it. See, over here I will say class name flex gap to 6, so some space between these two buttons. Okay, now we go back to this resume upload. Make sure I'm gonna add some border. So over here we'll say a border, and we'll make a rounded to 2 XL. I think it's very light. Border is already there, so I will remove that. The rounded is also there, but it's light, so you can just change the color if you want, but it's there. Okay, now on the click of it, you have to make sure it will only accept the PDF file, and in order to do that, simply we have to go to this file upload. Under this file upload component, obviously that this component is inserted by the Authenticity UI. Here search for the input. So I will just search input, this one, and for this one here you need to add an accept field, and which will only accept the PDF. So we'll say application/PDF. Now if I go over here, if you see, everything is disabled except the PDF. Right now I don't know whether I have the PDF, and if you see, I have this PDF. If I click open, you will see that selected PDF file. And on the click of this submit button, first we want to store this PDF file at some location. And then from that URL, we are going to fetch all the content of that PDF. That one I'm going to explain how step by step we are going to implement it. But for now, I hope you understand this particular scenario. Now, second, let's implement the job description section. It's quite straightforward. So we'll go back to this job description component. Over here, we'll add a label and we'll say job title. To this job title, obviously we want to add an input field. So for that one, I'm going to use a Shatcn input component. Just search the input. Make sure to install that. And then once it install, you can add this input field. Here you can add a placeholder, example like full stack React developer, something like this. Okay. Next, maybe you can wrap this in a div tag. That will be good. So I will just copy this. Here we need a job description. Now for the job description, it's better you can use a text area. That also you can easily use it from the Shatcn component. So I will copy this text area npm package so that we can install that, and then we'll add a text area. Inside the placeholder, you can say enter or paste job description. Okay, something like this. And I think that's more than enough, because in job description you also have the experience level, right? So you don't need to mention everything. Let's save this one, go back to your application, and this is how it looks like. I think pretty good. I will just give a margin. So here we'll say margin top to 6. And I think let's add some border to this one. So we'll add a border, we'll make rounded excel, padding to 10. And I think you can also add a minimum, not minimum, yeah, let's add minimum height to, let's say, 200 pixel. I don't know whether it will work or not, or let's add directly the height only. Oh, that's it. I was adding in placeholder, so let's add it inside the class name. I think this is much better. See, now after adding this information, obviously user will enter the details, and on the click of submit we have to pass it to the AI model. Now make sure you will accept this value. So over on this section, let's accept that first. So we'll say job title, or instead of mentioning over here, you can handle directly inside this create interview dialog. So inside that, I'm going to write constant on handle input change. Now this will take two value. One is the fill of type string, and then value is of type string again. Okay, and we'll define constant job, or we'll say form data comma set form data is equal to use state. Now whenever we get the data, we'll say set form data, which is equal to previous value, and then we'll say dot 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 previous value, and then fill and their respective value. So over here right now I'm going to add a type any, and here as well let's give a type any, but later on we'll update that type as well. Okay, and then save it. Now this on handle input change I'm going to attach first to the job description. So here we'll say on handle input change to this on handle input change. Go to the job description, make sure to pass this on handle input change with a type any, and then whenever there is change in the input, so we'll say on change, obviously it will emit the event, and then we'll just say on handle input change. We'll call this method. Make sure in this one we'll pass a field name. The field name will be the job title, and then the value you will get it from the event dot target dot value. So whichever user entered, that value will be inside this event dot target dot value. Same thing you have to do it for the text area. So over here we'll say job description. Okay, and then save it. So that's how you have to implement it. Now for the resume upload, it's little bit different because this is a file, right? And on submit we just need to get the uploaded file. Now once user upload the file, obviously we need to generate the interview questions, and that's where there is a small application workflow that we need to implement in order to generate the interview question. Depends on the user resume. Now let's focus on this workflow where first thing user will upload that PDF file to the cloud storage, and for that one we are going to use an image kit because it provides a free cloud storage and very easy to integrate as well. Once we uploaded the file, it will generate the unique file URL. That URL we are going to pass to this n8n workflow model. Obviously in this particular project we are going to use this n8n automation tool, in which we are going to implement all our application flow so that it will be very easy to generate the specific output. You don't need to write the bunch of code. Within just drag and drop, it will generate the complete workflow for us. Now obviously first thing we will set up the webhook so that we can use that webhook to make a call to execute this particular request. To this webhook we are going to pass the HTTP request in order to fetch the file data, whichever the file we updated or uploaded to the cloud storage, and then we need to extract that text from that file data. That is very important. That particular text we are going to send it to the AI model along with our system prompt. Now you can use any AI model like ChatGPT, Gemini, there are a bunch of others as well. You can use anything, okay? And at the last, once we get the result, we'll return that result to that webhook response, and then at the last we'll save that to our database. As simple as that, right? Now if you try to write a logic inside the React Next.js code, it will be very complicated. You have to implement each of these particular functionality in order to get the result. But with the n8n automation workflow, it will be very easy. Now if you don't know what is the n8n, it is an AI workflow automation and it's very popular currently. So you can do a lot of automation, you can run a complicated workflow as well. So this is the official website. But the problem here is it is not a paid, even though it's open source. So either you have to use their cloud service, like in this case it's $20, and that's too much, right? Otherwise you have to run locally. But once your application in the production, obviously you need to deploy it somewhere, right? And you have to pay the charge for it. The most and best solution for that one is an Hostinger. Hostinger is a self-hosted n8n platform where you can deploy n8n AI workflow. Everything is already set up, you just need to trigger it in order to start working on the Hostinger. The plan is started just under $5, so you can choose whichever you feel it's the best. And trust me, no one is providing this cheap, this particular service. Also, along with this n8n workflow, Hostinger also provide a lot of different services like a domain. Then you can also buy the shared hosting, cloud storage, cloud hosting as well, VPS, and many other within very couple of bucks. And then you can deploy and start building your own SaaS applications and start earning money. So go ahead, click the link in the description so that you will jump onto this Hostinger and you can buy the n8n platform. But if you don't want to spend any of your money while you are in the development, then also we're gonna learn how we can set up n8n locally for a free. Okay, but first thing, let's set up on the Hostinger and then we'll see how can we set up on your local machine. So first thing, we'll click the link in the description. You will jump onto this Hostinger, go to the application. Once you are on this Hostinger, just log in to the dashboard. Once you are on the Hostinger, if you see my n8n is already running, okay, but you can select your VPS hosting, click setup, select the nearest location to you. So in my case, it's United States. Click continue. So I think I missed previous step, and here on the OS template, just search n8n. Okay, once you search, you will find different options. Select this basic option, that is enough for you. You don't need a ready-made workflow. Once you select the malware scanner, it is completely optional thing. Go to the next step, enter the password. You can enter the VPS host name, is already there obviously, and then click continue. Oops. And then once you click continue, it will host the n8n platform for you. After that, it will appear on your dashboard. Just click on manage. Currently, if you see, it's running, okay, and in order to access it, just click on this manage app. Here you will find the URL, okay, where you can see your application is running. Very first time it will ask you to sign up. You have to enter username, password, email, and your full name, okay, and just simply sign in. And once you sign in, you will see the n8n platform like this. Okay, simple and clean. Obviously, here at the top you will see an option called create workflow. Just click on it and then it will redirect it on a workflow with this default template. Okay, now first thing first, obviously you can refer this documentation, okay, that is very important. I will put the link in the description in order to follow step-by-step guide. Now very first thing that we need to do is to set up this webhook. Obviously this particular part will be on the client side, because obviously we need to add a logic to upload the file and all. But later on, if you see, this is the webhook we need to set up. So I will go over here, I will click on this add first step and then search for the webhook. See this one. Now once you click on this one, you will see this test URL and the production URL as well. Here you will find an HTTP method. So right now I will make this as a post request, okay, and then you can set up a path if you want. So over here you can rename this to, let's say, generate interview question, and then this will be your webhook endpoint. For authentication, you can set up and some authentication if you want, and I will keep this immediate response as the immediate one, okay, and that's all. That's how easy it is. On the dashboard you will see your webhook correct get added, okay. Now in order to test this webhook, it's quite simple. Either you can use a postman, okay, but the another easier thing, if you see this Chrome extension called request bin HTTP API client, from there you can make a request. So I will say send request. Obviously it's redirecting to this particular page. Go to this request bin, then I will copy this production URL, or you can use the test URL because we did not move this to production yet. So I will copy it, I will paste it here, okay, and make sure it's a post request. Now to this API request, go to the body, and inside the body we are going to pass resume URL, okay. Now you can get the URL from anywhere. Obviously we need to pass it, but this is the sample PDF URL I'm going to use. So oops, so over here I'm gonna pass it, okay. If you want to pass any other parameter, you can pass it, but right now I will keep as it is. Then inside the n8n workflow, make sure to listen this test event, okay. So just click on it and it will start listening it as you are in the test mode, so you have to trigger manually. Then simply click send, and over here if you see, it's saying workflow was started, and if I go over here, you will see how this request. Okay, obviously it has the resume URL over here, and that is what we wanted. Perfect. Now first step is complete. The next step is we need to set HTTP request in order to fetch a file data. So over here click on this plus icon in order to add a new node, and I will simply add HTTP request. Just search on this tool section. Inside the HTTP tool request, you need to add a GET request only. To this GET request, you need to pass some URL. Okay, so over here, search for this PDF URL. So we'll say resume URL, just pass it over here because that's what we want to. From that, we need to get the data, right? So that's the reason I pass. And now click execute step. Once you execute the step, you will see this file. We get it as an output. Perfect. So second step is completed now. Third step is an extract the data from the file. So we are on this particular step. Now we need to extract the data. So again, I will click on this node, and in order to extract the data, just search extract from file. Click on it. It has a different method. So search for the extract from PDF. So I will click on this one. Over here, you will see an option called extract from PDF. Obviously, you will see another options as well. I will keep this input data as a binary, but over here, because that's the only things we have, so I will keep as it is. But if you execute this step, you will see a proper output. See, obviously there are a bunch of things, but we are only need to deal with this particular text because this text is actually fetched from the file. See the resume information, right? Now obviously once we extracted this particular file, now the next important thing, we need to connect to the AI model. So over here I will again click on this plus icon and click on this AI. Over here you will find a different provider like Google Gemini, OpenAI, and bunch of other. Now you can use anything, okay? If you have any API key ready, you can use that one. Many of the user want to use free one, so you can use this open router. But for easy integration, I'm going to use this OpenAI ChatGPT. Now over here, once you click on this one, I will select this option called message a model. Okay. Now into this one, you can select the message model, everything. Very first time it will ask you to add an API key as soon as you select that particular model. So make sure to get the API key from OpenAI platform, okay, and then you can get that API key from there. So make sure because other than that it will not work. So you have to get the API key first. After this, make sure to select the model, a specific model. So over here, I will select the cheapest one, which is the mini model. So you can select the one whichever you want. I will select this 4.0 mini. Let's select 4.1 mini. Now inside the prompt, okay, you can write a prompt, whichever prompt you want. So here we'll say generate 10 interview questions depends on user resume data provided by user. Make sure response will be in JSON format and we can say or we can say will be in question and answer field. Okay. After this, make sure this is the system prompt. So I will select the role as a system prompt. Now I will add another message, and inside this message we need to pass this extracted data from the PDF file. Okay, so I will pass this to this particular prompt, and obviously we can say that okay, this is the user prompt. Then we have to make sure that we want an output as a JSON only. So I will enable this option. Okay. Now once everything is set up, execute this step. So we'll execute this step and we'll wait to finish it. Obviously it's very fast, so within a few seconds you will get the result. And boom, if you see, we got the result. Inside here I will you have option the schema table. I will select the JSON, easy to understand. Inside here you will find an interview question. Inside that we have question and the answer as well. See, for each of them we have the question and answer. Obviously it generated 10 interview question related to the user's resume. How cool, right? And that's how our workflow is almost ready. Now once you have this output, obviously you need to return this output back to that particular webhook, this particular webhook. So you can add, or you can just search again the webhook, but in this case make sure to select the respond to webhook which return data for your webhook. Obviously here you can say that okay, first incoming item you can send it as a response, and once I execute this one, you will see this response. This particular response is going to send to the user or to the particular webhook, and that's how our complete workflow is ready. Now once you ready with this workflow, don't forget to save it, otherwise you will lose the changes. Now test this complete workflow from our API request. So I will say execute workflow. Currently we are in the test mode only, and this is the test URL. So we'll send the request. Once you send the request, if you see it's still executing, and on this part you will see the complete execution. Currently it's generating a response from this AI model, and if you see that it's a loading, and boom, over here we'll find the result. Cool, right? So that's how you need to do it. Obviously whenever you test it, we have to make sure that it will listen the event. But if you want to move this to a production, it will move in just single click. Just enable this from inactive to active. Now say got it, and from this webhook if I click on this one, you will find the production URL. Copy this production URL, and then you don't need to do anything. It will just replace your API endpoint. I think that's all. And now if I send the request, if you see it's loading, and obviously you don't need to wait listen it because it is in the production mode, right? So it will give you the final result, and here we go. Okay, so this completed logic we just added with the help of this n8n automation workflow within just few steps. So that's how this is the simple use case for this particular project, but there are a lot of different features that we can add it. If you want to learn more about this n8n and want to build such kind of project where we can use the n8n as an AI automation tool, let me know in the comment section. I will definitely consider your project and will build in the upcoming videos. Now another important thing, many of users don't want to pay it while they are doing in development. So in that case, what to do? Obviously you can set up this n8n locally, and let me show you how. So simply first thing, we'll go to this n8n official website, okay, and go to the documentation. Inside the documentation you will find an option called quick start. Just go to the quick start inside here. I think let me go back again somewhere, I miss it. So we'll say self-host. Okay, make sure to select that option called self-host, and inside the self-host you will find an option called installation, or maybe select on this npm option. Inside this npm option you have to install it using this npx n8 command. Okay, if you want to install globally, just use this command. So simply I will execute inside the terminal. Okay, you can execute anywhere, and it will install this n8 globally. In my case I got error because it need a permission. I'm using Mac OS, so for Mac OS you need a specific permission. Also after that you have to run this command. So basically I will use this sudo directly this command, so it will automatically start running after installing it. Okay, so if you see, it asking me to enter the password as well, and then it will ask, do you want to proceed? Say yes. You can even install the specific version of this n8 tool. Okay, so you just need to mention that particular version which you want to install, and then it will start working. And if you see right now it's still installing it, so we'll wait to finish this installation. And right now if you see, it's running on this particular port, okay, 5678. So I will open this port on the browser. Here if you see, the same way you will see on the host user as well, it will ask you to sign up. So I will add some detail, and we'll add a password as well. Over here you can just keep everything if you don't want anything. Okay, and this is how your workflow gets started. Same thing, whatever you saw on the Hostinger platform, everything is same. Everything you will get all the tools, all the features you find on n8n. But the most important thing with the Hostinger, it is in the production mode. You don't need to set up and host it manually. Okay, but for the development purpose, obviously definitely you can use your local n8n platform. Now let's call this webhook into our application. We have to make sure we'll select the file and upload it to the cloud storage, and for that one we are going to use an image kit. So simply first I will go to the imagekit.io. Image kit provide a cloud storage not only for image and video, but you can also store the files. Image kit also has a lot of different AI transformation features which you can explore it. Once you are on this image kit, I will put the link in the description. Just go ahead and create a new account. And inside this, you will find a media library where you can easily upload the image. Now, in order to integrate this image kit, I am going to use this image kit Node.js SDK. Simply copy this npm command, go to your project, and then paste it here. Then you need to set up and initialize this image kit by providing the public, private, and the URL endpoint. So let's copy this, and I'm gonna keep all of this configuration on the server side. So we'll create a dedicated API in order to upload the file and then process the request as well on the click of submit button. So inside the app folder, we're going to create a new API folder because we want to create an API endpoint, and here we'll say generate interview questions. Okay, dot, or we'll say interview question dot tx, that's fine, and then we'll say dot tsx. Oh, this need to be a folder name actually, so make sure you'll create a folder name. So this will be our endpoint, and then inside this we'll create a route.tsx file. Over here we'll say export constant async function. This need to be a post request. It just need to be an export async function. Over here we'll say request and then next request. Okay, now once you save this one, make sure to copy this image kit. Here we're gonna initialize. Make sure to import this image kit as well, as we already installed, so you can use this image kit import statement. And then we need to set up a public, private, and URL endpoint. So I will go to this env.local file. Inside this I will add image kit URL endpoint, then image kit underscore URL public key, and then we also want a private key. Okay, so these three things obviously we need to update. Now in order to get this public endpoint URL and private key, you can simply head to this image kit dashboard. Now image kit is free to use, so you can try this out. Under this you will see an option called developers option at the bottom of this sidebar, and on the right hand side you will see API key. If you don't see any API key, make sure to create a new one. On this one you will see the URL endpoint. Simply copy that and paste it inside your .env.local file. Same thing, copy the public key, paste it, and then you can copy the private key as well and paste it here. Once you copy all of this detail, simply I will head back, and as you know that the initialization is ready to use. Now if you scroll down, there are a lot of different methods that you can find it out, but we need a file upload section, right, where we can easily upload the file. So before add a logic to this file upload, first let upload that particular file and set it and send it to this post API request from the UI side or a client side. So I will go to this routes, and under this components where we have create interview dialog, right? So on this one, whenever user upload the file from this resume upload, we need to send to this particular component. So we need to send back. So simply instead of setting this over here, I will set this file I'll pass back and we can put a type any. Okay, now on this create interview over here, I will accept that, and then at the top I will create a state called file comma set file and use state. Okay, so that we can simply set the value. So here we'll say file and set file to file. You can type as anything file, maybe you also need to set that type over here, something like this. Okay, so once you set this file, let's save this one. It means whenever user upload the file from our UI component, it is now setting up on the inside the parent component as well. Okay, and on the click of submit you will see that. Now next thing, we'll write a method called constant on submit, and this method obviously inside this method we need to call that API endpoint. But before that, it is very important to send this file in the form of form data to the post API request, because this is a file, right? So you can't just pass a JSON body request, you need to send in the form of form data. So I will define a form data is equal to new form data, and then here we'll say form data dot append, then we'll say file, and then we need to pass that file which user selected. Now obviously we are getting this error because file might be a null, so here we'll say null as well, and here we need to write a condition: if file is not there, then return nothing. Okay, after this I will add try catch block, then exception e. Here I will just console the log for the error, and inside the try block we'll simply call constant result is equal to await Axios. So make sure you have this Axios installed in order to make an HTTP API call. So if you don't have this particular library, so make sure to install it. So just type npm I Axios. Okay, so it is the HTTP client library in order to make an API call. Once you add, make sure to import this Axios. Let me import it manually. So here we need to write import Axios from Axios, so that you can apply any method. So in this case we want a post request, so we'll say slash API slash generate interview questions. I will make sure that's correct, and then we need to pass a form data. Once you pass this form data, let's save this one as we are using await. Over here I will make this as a async, and then inside the console log we'll say result dot data. Okay, now we'll go step by step. We'll first upload the file to the image kit. Okay, now this on submit we need to attach to this submit button. So over here we'll say on click and attach this on submit. Now make sure to set a loading state. So here we say constant loading comma set loading is equal to use state, and initially it will be false. Whenever you click on submit, we'll set the loading. So here we'll say set loading to true, and once everything is finished, I will use finally block, okay, to set the loading as false. We don't need to use this, I think, yeah, and then save it. Okay, whenever the loading is true, we need to disable this submit button. So here we'll say disable when the loading is true, and also if you don't have any file selected, so here we'll say if not file selected, then also disable this button. Now if I go back and open it, this dialog you will see, oh, I don't know why it's not disabled. Let me refresh this, and if you see, now it's disabled. Now once I upload the file, so let's upload this full stack developer file, and then the button is enabled. Okay, so that's how you need to do it. Now second thing, obviously we need to make an API call. Okay, and on side this route.tsx we need to get the form data. Now in order to get the form data, we'll say constant form data is equal to await request dot form data. Then we'll say constant file is equal to form data dot get, and then obviously if you remember we gave the field name as a file over here, right? So this information we are getting, and here we'll add as file, as this is a file, right? So add it as a file. Over here we'll say if not a file, then we'll just keep it as it is, okay? Or we can, if you did not write, that's also fine. Now we need to convert this file into a buffer, so we'll say constant bytes is equal to await file dot array buffer, and then we'll say constant buffer is equal to buffer dot from bytes. Then inside the try catch block, so over here I will add try catch block, just in case if it fails our application will not stop, right? So that is very important. So over here we will say upload PDF is equal to await image kit dot upload, and then inside this you need to pass this parameter. So obviously the file, it can be a binary file name you need to pass, okay? You can give any file name, and then if you want to make any extension transformation, we actually don't need it, but make sure to pass this is published as a true. So over here we'll say file, and for the file I will say, even though if you upload the file, let's try to upload the direct file. I'm not sure whether it will work or not. Okay, so this need to be a buffer. If you see, this need to be buffer, so here we'll say buffer only, okay? Then we need to pass a file name. Now file name I will give it as a current timestamp, okay, which will be the unique every time. Here we'll say dot toString dot pdf, because we are just accepting PDF file. And here we have one more field called is published, set it as a true, so it will that particular file is available to access immediately. Once you uploaded this one, you can just return the next response dot json with the uploaded PDF dot URL, okay? Right now we are just returning the uploaded file URL. Obviously later on we need to make an webhook call, but for now we'll test this scenario. So let's save this one, go back to your application. I will refresh this with all the new changes. Then I will click on create interview, upload the file. So over here let's upload this sample resume file, and then it's selected. In the meantime I will also open the inspect panel to observe if there is any error and the result. If I click submit, if you see we have loading, right? And boom, if you see we have an error actually. So let's find this, what is the actual error. So if I go to the console where you are running your application, go to your bottom, over here you will find an error, right? So it's saying file.array is not a function. So basically this one is not working as expected. We are getting error at this position. So we have to make sure that we are just passing a single file and not the array. That's the reason we are getting this error. So when we upload the file inside the resume upload, over here if you see we are setting all the files, so we just need to get the first file, okay? Or you can also add the restriction that only fetch the first file as well. And now if I save this one, go back to our application, and over here obviously we are just written the URL, okay? So you can just write the URL as well. And now if I go over here, let's click upload, we'll upload the file. And if I go to the inspect panel inside the console, we'll click submit, and then we will find the URL of that particular file, and obviously it's get uploaded on image kit, and we have this PDF as well. If I open this one, boom, if you see this PDF. Also you can just verify by going to this image kit, and this is the brand new file we just uploaded. Perfect. Now we have this file URL, right? and we also have this complete workflow. Now we need to just get the data. Obviously we need to call that particular webhook in order to get the data, as simple as that. So to do that, let's go to our webhook. Inside this, I will open this webhook and we need this production URL. So I will copy this production URL. Let's go back to your application, and over here we need to call n8 web hook, okay, something like this. Now inside this we'll say constant result is equal to await axios dot post request your webhook URL, and then the inside that you need to pass the body parameter, which is nothing but the, if I go over here, this resume URL, okay, that you need to pass. So I pass this resume URL, and that URL you can get it from the upload response dot URL. Now you might see this name I changed, okay, while debugging that particular error code. So don't worry, it's the same. If you want, you can just change this name. And now once we pass this one, we'll get the console.log result.data. Now you can return this result directly. So over here I will return this response as well, and then save it. As simple as that. If you see, we completely covered all the logic because we kept inside our workflow. So inside this workflow we kept all our logic, all the steps, so you don't need to write inside your React application. Now let's test this out. So I will refresh the screen. Let's upload the file, and then I click submit. Now right now it's still working, okay, because it will take some time. At this button we need to show some kind of loader, okay, and in the network tab you will see that particular API is still in the pending status, okay. It means it's generating the response for us, and boom, it's showing 200 status. If I go to the console, and here we have the result. Now inside the message we have the content, and here we have this all the questions. How easy it is, right? So that's how we need to get this all the questions from the AI model, okay. Now make sure as we are reading data, our AI questions is inside the message, and under again that we have the content and then the questions. Now inside the workflow you can even mention that what is actual result you want, okay. Obviously in the response we have this message, we have this annotation, content, and lot of other things. We don't want all of this bunch of code, so better you can refine this one. So I will go to this workflow, go to this respond webhook, and then right now actually it just sending everything as it is, okay, because that's what we are saying, that okay, you have to respond with the first incoming result. Let's keep as it is for now because I don't see any option here to update it. If you know any option, just make sure put it in the comment so that other user can get to know. But right now we are good with this one. We are getting the questions and everything. Now the last step in our workflow is to save this result into our database, and that is again very straightforward. First you need to create a new table inside the Convex. So I will go to this Convex. Under the schema over here we'll create a new table called interview session table. Over here we'll say define table, and then we need to add all the details. So here we say interview questions, which is of type any, I will mention, okay. Then you can add PDF URL, or we'll say resume URL, which is of type string, and who created this particular interview question, right, that user's email. So we'll say user ID, and that user ID we need to connect with this user table. So we'll say v.id, and then you need to provide a table name. So we'll say user table. So whenever you want to fetch any data from the interview session, it also fetch the user information with that particular user ID. Here I will also add a status field, whether this particular interview session is completed or not. Okay, so this is the basic thing. Obviously later on we can add more field into this particular table. For now I think it's good. So once you add this schema, make sure inside your Convex, it's in the Convex database is updated. So I will just refresh this, and here we have this interview session table. Perfect. Now we'll create a Convex function in order to save that data. So go to the Convex, and inside this we'll create interview questions.tsx. Okay, so this is the mutation we are going to add. I will just say interview for now, and then make sure it's a TS. Sometimes TSX might not work because it is on the server side. Inside this, similar like this users, right, we need to create a mutation. So we'll say export constant save interview questions is equal to use mutation. Inside this we need to get an arguments. So for the just need to get arguments. So arguments is questions. Okay, obviously it is type any. Make sure to import this v and then any type. Then the user ID, so I will say uid of type id, and then you need to pass the user ID, the table name for that one, so we'll say user table. And then we also need the PDF URL, so we'll say resume URL of type string. Then add an handler of type async and the arrow function. Oh, this need to be a mutation only, not use mutation. Okay, so make sure to update that. Now inside the handler we'll say constant result is equal to await, and here we'll define ctx comma arguments. So we'll say ctx dot db dot insert, give the table name which is interview session table, and then the argument which you need to pass. So interview question we can get it from the argument dot questions. Then we need to pass resume URL, which we can get it from the argument dot resume URL, and the user ID. So we'll say arguments dot user ID. Okay, the status you can set it as a draft, or we can say draft only. Okay, not so important for now, and then save it. Once you save, you can return this result as well. Now this result contain the unique ID, that is very important for us. So let's save this one. After saving, go back to your route.tsx. Make sure you are just returning the questions data, right? So if you see, we have this message. Inside that we have the content, so we'll say result.message.content, okay, dot questions. So only that data we need it, so that's why we are returning that data. If you want to test this out, let's test this out. So we'll say create interview, upload it, we'll upload this file and then click submit. Obviously it will take a few seconds to generate the questions, and then you got only the questions and their answer as well. Perfect. Now the next thing, make sure you will add the loading indicator to the submit button whenever the loading is true. So I will go to the create interview dialog. Over here for this button I will simply add a loader icon. To this loader icon I will add animate spin, and I'm going to show this loader icon whenever there is a loading. So we'll say loading is true, then only show it. Okay, and then save it. Next, over here, obviously once we get the data, we need to save to database, right? So as you know that we already defined the mutation, so let's use that. So we'll say constant save interview question is equal to use mutation, and define that API. So inside the interview we have this save interview question mutation. I will use that over here. So we'll say constant response is equal to await, say interview question, and then you need to pass the value to question, obviously, which is inside the response.data, right? Then the resume URL that you can get it from the, I think we need to get this resume URL as well from this route, right? So what we can do, we can, let me clean this out, and inside this we'll say questions as result. Let me undo everything because I need this complete path. I don't want to write it again. And then you can clean this. Here we'll say questions and paste this, and then resume URL. Obviously this resume URL we already have inside this upload response, so we'll say upload response dot URL. Okay, and now over here we'll say response dot data dot questions, and then response dot data dot resume URL. Okay, so both the field we are getting now. Now we are getting this warning. I will just ignore this warning, and the last we need a user ID. Now this user ID you can get from the user detail hook, right, which we already have. So we'll say user detail comma set user detail is equal to use user detail context. You don't need to define a complete text, okay, you can just define like this. But if you are getting the error something like this, right, it's a TypeScript error, you can directly using this use context, and then inside that you can define the detail context. Okay, and from this user detail we already have the user ID, so we'll say underscore ID. Perfect. And in the response I will just console this response for now. Okay, so that we'll get to know, but right now let's save this one. Let's save this route.tsx file as well, and let's test this out with a new uploading file. So I will select this file, upload it, and then click submit. And now in this case, if you see, we have this beautiful loading indicator, right? It means, okay, your resume is processing and generating the question as well from our n8n automation tool. Okay, and boom, if you see, we got the question, we got the resume. Not only that, but we also got an ID of the inserted record, and that is what we really wanted. So if I go to our database inside the Convex, you will see a brand new record with the interview questions. Then we also have the resume URL, the draft, and everything set up correctly and inserted perfectly fine. Okay, so now make sure this particular ID need to be saved, not saved, but we need to redirect and use that ID as our record ID. Okay, so that we can navigate to the next screen. But up to this point, I hope you understand. If you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Now implement the similar functionality for the job description. Once user have the title and the description, we want to generate the interview question. Currently, our workflow only handle the PDF upload functionality, where you can upload the PDF and then it will extract data from it and pass it to the AI model. But what we have the title and the description, that's where we need to create an condition that depends on what data user is passing to this webhook. Then we have to take action. There is the two way you can do it. Either you can create a complete new workflow, okay, if you don't want to go in a complicated way, or you can simply add inside the same workflow. So simply I'm going to add one node in between this webhook and HTTP request. So inside here I will add simply a flow, and inside that, if you see, we have this if loop, right? Now this if condition will check if user has the PDF URL or resume URL or not. So we'll say if resume URL string exists. Okay, so if this resume URL string is exist, it means we should execute this particular workflow. Okay, but if the string is not exist, then we can simply connect this model to the OpenAI message model. Okay, now obviously into this model we are going to pass job description and title, and that information we are going to send it to this AI model. So let's say first what we can do, make sure to set up this model. So I will say a mini model, maybe GPT mini 1 or mini 1, that's fine. And for now I'll keep like this only. So first thing, I will open this workflow, I will listen to this test event. Okay, so we'll go step by step, copy this test URL in order to test this one, and then I will pass it to this particular API endpoint. Now we want to pass resume URL as a null. Okay, but here we want to pass a job title. So we'll say job title, let's say full stack developer. Okay, now obviously you can pass any job description. Okay, for the testing purpose I will just say 3 years of experience. Okay, and that's all we needed. Now simply send this request. Once you send this request, right now we are getting 200, it means it executed perfectly fine. Next step, if I go to the next step, inside here you will find we have the resume URL, job title and job description. Currently the resume URL is null, it means it will not go to this particular flow. Now it will come to this one, right? Now in this particular flow, let's say execute previous node so that you can get the title and the description. Now before that you need to write a system prompt. Now inside the system prompt I am going to just simply say that depends on user, job title and job description, generate 10 interview questions. Okay, now also make sure to say that, okay, give me question and answer inside questions object list with field question and answer. Okay, so it will give in the same way, so you don't need to parse it in a specific order or map it in specific order. Then here we will say that, okay, this is a system prompt. Then we'll add another message and this will be the user prompt, and in this one you have to write a job title and you have to pass a job description as well. Okay, so both the things make sure to pass, and here I will enable this output content as a JSON. Okay, now once I execute this step, let's say what kind of output we are getting, right? Because this step will pass our prompt and the system prompt to the AI model, and it will give you the specific answer for us. And here is the result. See, perfect, right? And that's how it works. Now one more important thing, for the testing purpose I will just say 2 interview question. Okay, and then we'll go back. Now we want to execute all the workflow completely, so we'll say execute workflow. I will go to this particular page, then I will just send this request. Okay, and once you send the request, if you see it's loading and currently everything is executed. Okay, I think we missed something. Let's see what's the issue. Okay, we got the answer, but we did not return the answer similar like this webhook, right? So we need to send, or we need to attach a respond to webhook over here. Okay, so we'll say first incoming and then execute. We got the result. I think that's pretty good. Now let's try this again, and now I will send it again. Okay, so once you send this request, you will find currently it's generating the response, and obviously it comes to this point because we are not passing the resume URL, and here we go, and we have these questions and answer as well. So that's how easy it is. So make sure in existing workflow you can add this condition so that it will handle both the condition, even though you upload a PDF file or even you provided the job title and description. Now next thing, let me close all of this tab for now and we'll go back. Obviously inside the resume upload, so I will go to this, I will go to the interview dialog, right, where we have this on submit button. Now inside the form data, we already saving the job title and the description. That job title description I'm going to append to this particular file, and over here I will say form data dot append, and we'll say job title with form data dot job title. Okay, so maybe you can rename this job form data, something like this. Okay, so it will not conflict with our state which we define at the top. And when we are sending data here as well, I will send as a form data underscore. Same thing I'm going to do for the job description, and here we'll say job description. Okay, here I will remove this condition, and when if file is not there, I will pass as a null only, or you can pass as a, I don't know whether just an empty string maybe. Okay, and then save it. Now once you make a call to this particular API endpoint, I will go to this API route. Over here, let's get both these variables. So we'll say job title, job description. Over here we'll say job title field, and then job description as well. If file is not exist, so inside this if condition, right, instead of we are just returning no file found, but in this case now we'll handle our logic. So basically we want to call this one, so maybe we can just hide this, and I will add condition if file exists then only execute all of these things as it is, or maybe we can completely call this situation, and else I'm going to use this webhook to call inside this else condition. Now instead of this one I will pass resume URL as a null. Okay, then the job title I will pass as a job title, and for a job description I will pass as a job description. Once we get the result, obviously we don't have the resume URL, so I will pass it as a null only, and for the questions obviously we will get it from this result data, so we have this questions as well, and then save it. Now let's test this out, the complete scenario, and obviously make sure to save it. So once you save, obviously we are already in the production, so you don't need to worry about that. Let's refresh it. I will go to the inspect panel to see the result as well, and here we will say create interview. We'll upload the file. Oh, so I think we don't need to, we want to test the different scenario. So here we'll say full stack React developer. You can add the big description. I will just say 6 years of experience needed. Okay, something like this, and then click submit. Now once you click submit, I will make sure that our interview question, right now if you see it's pending, it means it's generating the interview question for us, so we'll wait to finish it. And if you see, we got the result as well. Over here it just written the resume URL. Okay, that's weird. So the reason was what not working because we initially uploaded the resume upload, right? So that's the reason it executed that file. So over here now I will just write it. I reloaded the application and try again. So let's say submit, and right now if you see it's loading inside the network tab, it's saying pending, so we'll wait, and boom, if you see we got the questions and the answer. Obviously we have an issue with the Convex because Convex is not storing a null value because we did not make it as an optional. By default, when you define the schema inside the Convex, it is a required field. So in order to make it an optional field, you can add v dot an option v, and here we'll say v dot optional. So this URL will be now optional field. Okay, something like this, and then save it. Obviously if you want to store the job title and the description, you can also save that too. It's a completely optional thing. So right now we are going to save it, so I will add a job title as optional field again. Okay, and it is of type string, and job description, and this one as well I want to add it as an optional field. Okay, and then save it. Once you save, we'll go back to this table, and here you will see this two new column called job description and job title. Perfect. Now let's go back to our route. Over here it's returning completely everything. Okay, so you don't need to worry about this, but I will go to this dialog, and inside this dialog, when we update this interview question, right, we need to update this particular convex function. So go to this save interview question API inside the convex. So I will go to this interview.ts. Over here we'll accept more value. Make sure the resume URL will mark it as an optional only. Then you need to pass get the job title. This is an optional field and it is of type string, and then the job description. So over here I will say job description. Now inside the handler, make sure to pass this value. So we'll say job title as arguments dot job title, and then job description as arguments dot job description. Okay, so this field we are saving now. So, and also once you add this field, make sure to say update or pass that field as well. So over here we'll say job title as form data dot job title, and then job description as form data dot job description. Perfect. Let's save this one and let's test this out one more time. So I will refresh the screen, create an interview. I'll go to the job description. In this case we'll say full stack React developer, 4 years of experience. Obviously you can add more description and then click submit. If you see we still have this error saying convex is not matching this resume URL as a null value, right? It may be go to the in order to check this, go to this convex, and if you see we have this error, right? As you know that we already have one record inside this convex, and in that previously we did not set resume URL as an optional field. If I remove this, go back, and I will stop this convex deploy first and run it again. Okay, and maybe in this case it will work completely fine, hopefully, but you can just go to the schema file, make sure that it is an optional field. Okay, and then if you see we don't have any error, and now let's test this out. So we have full stack, 4 years of experience. Let's click submit. So we still have the error, so I check the documentation. So in convex, if you want to allow a null value, we have to write something like v.union, and then you have to say v.null. Okay, so it means you are allowing the null value as well, and then I will remove this optional field. Same thing I'm going to do with the job title and then job description, and then save it. Now I will test it again one more time, and if you see we got the result. Okay, we have these questions, and that is also saved into our database. See, right now obviously we mentioned it as only 2 questions, so that's why it's getting 2 questions only. Okay, so that's how guys you need to handle the job title description section as well, similar like a resume. Just quick update, if you don't want to pass a null value in order to get rid of that complicated logic inside the convex, simply pass an empty array, something like this. If you say this resume URL, I'm passing as an empty string. Same thing you can do it for the title and for the description as well, and then save it. Now as you know that this is our SaaS application, and we want to add a free and paid subscription model to our app. Obviously for a free model we want user to generate only 2 interview daily, right, with some limited feature access and email support. But for the paid user, we allow user to create unlimited daily interview with the full feature access and email support. But the question is how to add daily limit and how to track it. Obviously you need to write a lot of complicated logic, you need to save user record into database, and that's little complicated. And that's where the ArcJet play a very important role. ArcJet is a broad protection, rate limiting, email validation, and attack protection developer first approach to the security. It helps us to add the rate limiting into our application the way which we wanted. But along with that one, you can add a board protection, email validation, and there are many other features which you can integrate with the help of ArcJet. It's free to use and very easy to integrate as well. Within few lines of code, you can protect your application from any unauthorized access along with some validation. You don't need to write a complicated logic. ArcJet will take care of everything. You just need to add simple line of code and then you are good to go. Simply click the link in the description or go to the arcjet.com. Over here, you can simply go to the documentation where you will find how to integrate it. Obviously, whichever feature you want to use, you can simply add that. For example, in our case, we want to use a rate limiting feature. So I will go to the quick start guide, and obviously you can watch video as well, but you can follow the step-by-step guide from the documentation. I will put the link in the description, and within a few lines of code, you can add the rate limiting feature. So let's do and let's integrate that. So first thing, you need to install the ArcJet. So simply copy this, go back to your application, and inside the new tab I will add this. Now you can protect all your API key with the help of ArcJet where you want to add the rate limiting. Then you need to set up an ArcJet API key, right? So simply over here I'm going to add in this environment variable inside the .env.local file, and in order to get this API key, simply you can create an account. So I will log in with a Google account, and if you see, one of my application is already using this ArcJet, right? So I will click on new site. Here you give the site name, so we'll say AI mock interview 2.10 and simply click create. Once you create, you will find this ArcJet key. Simply copy that, go back to your application, inside the .env.local file, paste it. Then I will go back to the documentation, and inside the arcjet/route.ts you can simply paste this line of code. So inside the API we'll create a new endpoint. So I will just add a plus sign, and it will also create the folder called ArcJet with an route.ts file, and then I will copy all the content as it is. Okay, now let me walk through this. So first thing, it initialize this ArcJet, okay, and we already have this key inside the .env.local file. Now inside the rule, it define the rule, okay, for your rate limiting. Now currently the mode is live, but you can use it as a dry run to just to log, okay. Now for the characteristics, whichever field you gonna pass, which is the unique field, you can pass this one. Let's say user ID, which is your unique field, so make sure to pass. Now the refill rate is 5, means after certain time it will again add the 5 tokens, you can say, into your bucket, okay. And obviously the interval currently in this example the interval time is 10, so after 10 seconds it will refill your bucket, and the capacity of bucket is 10, okay. Now whenever you call this particular ArcJet, right, so it's up to you how many token you want to deduct from the bucket, okay. And after every second your bucket will be added with the 5 token every time. The maximum token capacity is 10, so make sure to understand this logic. Now next thing, this is a simple get API where user ID is passed, right. Now this is just a demo get request, okay. You can just remove it once you test this out. Now over here, if you see your application, this particular API is protected with this ArcJet by passing the user ID, and the request ID is 5, means it will check if there is a 5 tokens and then it will deduct it, okay. But inside the bucket, if you don't have any tokens, then it will simply deny and it will return that you only have too many requests. So make sure this line is very important, okay, to protect it. And then once the decision is made, you can just check whether it's denied or it allow us to call the particular API. So let's try to call this one. So I will go to the new tab, I will go to the localhost/API/ArcJet and click enter. As soon as I enter this one, you will see the message hello world. I will refresh this again. Again, I'm able to see this. But if I refresh it again, it's saying too many requests and I have to wait for a 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, see, it started. But if I refresh it many times, see, over here you will see it will add 5 tokens into our bucket after 3 seconds, 2 seconds, like that, right? Now you again have tokens. See, okay, so that's how this rate limiting with the ArcJet works, and that's what we wanted. Now in this particular case, so if I go back to our code, currently it refill every 10 seconds, but if you want to refill every 24 hours, you just need to mention it here, okay, in order to refill the bucket every 24 hours. So that's how it works. So right now I just changed this to 84,000. I think that is nothing but the 24 hours, and you can mention something like this as well. Okay, I don't know, but it's better you can just define the number. So this need to be 86400. Okay, now after this we are just allowing user only 2 interview create every day. Okay, and then you have to wait for the next day. Now I will move this ArcJet call because we cannot export it from here. We want to use in another function as well. So I will export it inside the, let's say you can add it inside a lib folder if you want, or simply you can create utils folder, and inside this we'll say arcjet.ts, paste this line of code. Make sure to export this one, okay, so that you can use it anywhere inside the application. Make sure to import this token bucket, and inside the route now I will import this AJ from the utils. Perfect. Okay, now this is just an example. If you don't want, you can just remove that. Now it's time to protect our general interview. So I will go to this route.tsx. Now inside the general interview question, that's where we want to test this out. So after getting all the data over here, I will add this condition, okay, which is decision await AJ protect. I will make sure to import this one, just copy from the example. Now inside this user ID, we are going to pass an actual user email. Maybe you can add the email, okay, and that email you can get it. So here we'll say constant user is equal to await current user. Okay, so this current user we are importing from the Clerk Next.js server, and from the user you will get the user email. So here we'll say user dot primary email address dot email address, and here make sure you will pass the user ID, something like this. Okay, I will again make sure it's correct one. So primary email address dot email address. Okay, obviously here you need to have some string if it's not there, so I will pass an empty, and then I requested with the 5 tokens. Perfect. Then obviously it will just console the decision as well, but over here I will write a condition. If decision dot reason dot remaining, so here it has a method called remaining. If is equal to 0 means there is a no token left in the bucket, and here will say, I think for now I'll just keep like this. Okay, then we'll return next response dot json with the status as 4 to 9, and then we'll say result as no free credit left remaining. Try again after 24 hours. Okay, so this result we return back. Now we have this error, maybe you can add ts ignore and then save it. Now whenever you call this particular API, ArcJet will protect our application, will check if user already have a token and his daily limit is exceed or not. Okay, if it exceed, then it will return that you don't have any free credit, you have to try after 24 hours. But if user has the credits, then it will go to the next logic. But now you might have a question, the what about the pay user? Now once we added the subscription model, once we add that later on in this particular project, then we're gonna add up extra condition over here. But for now I think we are good. Okay, now let's save and you can test this out. So I will go back to our application. Now for the testing purpose, I'm just going to update this ArcJet with only one condition. So I will add a capacity of 5 only, and we'll refresh the screen, go to the inspect panel. Now we are trying very first time, okay, so it might allow us to create the interview. But before that, one more important thing, when we call this API, right, we'll get the result, and here inside the result we need to check a status. So we'll say result dot data dot status if equal to 4 to 9. Okay, then we'll return empty, and here we'll just console with the message. So we'll say result dot data dot result. Okay, and I will also add the status to this one as well. So we'll say status 200. Just whenever there is a error, means no limit ref, then it will return the status, and that I'm checking that status only. Okay, so it will not try to add anything to our database. Now let's create a new interview. Let's add it from the job description. So here we'll say full stack React developer, 3 years of experience, then click submit. And now if you see, oh, so it's saying no free credit left because I already tried this out, right? So maybe that's the reason it's saying that you don't have any credit. And if you see inside the console, it's saying remaining 0, right? Let's do one thing. We can update this ArcJet with only 2 seconds. So after 2 seconds, it will update that. So now it might get updated. Maybe I will just change this to now. I will just change this to extra, let's say 5,000 seconds. So after 10 minutes maybe, and now click submit. Okay, still it's showing. That's weird. So let me try this out again with the 2 seconds. So there is some issue. Let me check this out, because currently it's still showing the rate limiting is 0. Okay, with this particular reset. Okay, so if you see this reset window, it's already set, right? And it's hard to clear this off even though we set this capacity, because the reset window is now after a certain amount of time. So for this one, let me find out some solution, because we have to test this out, right? And if you see now, reset window is 1. Okay, let's okay, so in this case, if you see, I submitted, but I changed this capacity to 10. Okay, and if you see, we got the questions as well. Okay, now if I try one more time, it will allow me, because we have the capacity in the bucket. But now next time it will not allow me, and it will just restrict me out. But again, the interview time I will increase to, let's say, 5,000 maybe. And now if you click submit, it will allow me again. Here I will just check, the remaining is 5, so it will allow me one more time maybe. Okay, and now if you see, it giving me that you already reached free limit. Okay, obviously after 5,000 maybe after 4983 seconds, it will allow me and it will add a bucket with the 5 credits. But that's how you have to add the limit. For testing purpose, I will suggest you just keep the interval shorter, so that you can test this out quickly. Otherwise you have to wait for a day. So make sure to update this. But with the help of this ArcJet, if you understand, we completely protect our application. We did not need to write a complicated logic, maintain a database with a status that whether user is created in that particular day with the 24 hours time period. Everything you don't need to do it. with the help of ArcJet, it's automatically do it everything for you. Okay, so I hope you understand this particular ArcJet rate limiting integration. If you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. If you really enjoy about this ArcJet, comment down in the comment section, say ArcJet is best. Okay, and if you have any question, you can also reach out to me on Discord channel. Once the user created the interview, we want to redirect user to the page where user can start the interview. Now on this page is quite simple. You just need to show a button to start this interview, and then we also have an option to send an interview link to some other user like friends or anyone, right? The most important thing over here, the route will be now start interview. Okay, and again after this you need to provide an interview ID. Okay, so this ID is obviously dynamic one, so it can change. It can be something like this. Obviously this ID we already have. So if I go to our database, inside the database you will find this interview session tables ID. This ID we are going to use to pass to our route. So we'll get to know which record need to fetch, which interview question need to fetch, and from there it will start the interview process. So let's go back to our application. Inside these routes, I'm going to create a new route called start interview. After this, we'll create a dynamic route and it will be an interview ID. And inside the interview ID, we'll create a page.tsx file. Now we'll add a default template. Here we'll say start interview and then save it. I will just rename this, maybe we can say interview page only. Okay, just interview only. And here as well I will say interview. Okay, so it will be easy because we again have one more page on which we actually interview session will start. Now if I go to this localhost 3000 / start, or not start but interview and some ID, right? Maybe the spelling, yeah. And if I go to that particular route, if you see, it's navigate to the start interview page. It means our route is working fine. Now inside the create interview dialog, as soon as we get the record ID, we want to navigate it. Obviously in order to programmatically navigate, you need to define a router. So at the top I will define a constant router is equal to use router. Make sure you are importing this use router from the next/navigation. Then over here I will simply say router dot push, and then we'll navigate to the /API/interview/ and then interview the record ID, which is nothing but we'll get it from the response. So here we'll say, maybe we can rename this to interview ID, so something meaningful, something like this. Oh, this not need to be an API, just interview/interview ID, and then save it. And let's test this out. So what I will do, I will create a new interview. So I will go to our dashboard screen. Here we'll say create interview. I will add a job description, full stack React developer, 2 years of experience, and then click submit. Once you submit it, it will generate it and then it should navigate. I don't know why it did not navigate it, but if I go to the console, okay, so it giving me warning that the free credits issue. So let me fix that. Go to the ArcJet, and instead of 5000 seconds, I will just add, let's say, 5 seconds. So I just want to wait 5 seconds. Okay, and now it's working. So once it generated the record, okay, so it's saying object is missing something, it's not correct. Okay, it's looking for the resume URL. That's weird. Basically it did not generate the questions. Let me try. Sometimes maybe server is down, not sure. Now if you see, this case is navigate to this particular route, and over here if you see, we have this interview ID, okay, which is the unique ID from the Convex. So that's how you need to navigate as soon as it generate the interview questions for you. Now next thing, I think I forgot to, when the limit is exceed, we can add some notifications. So maybe we can add alert message or some dialogue. Okay, so let me add it quickly because I don't want to keep left like that with an empty value. So I will just go to the shared cn, the shared cn, and inside the, from the shared cn, you can add a toast. So let's go to the toast, or we can call it, get it from the sonar as well. So this is how it works. See, so in order to install, just copy this npx command inside the terminal, paste this one, and then you need to add this toaster component inside the layout. So just copy that, and then I will go to the root layout file. Over here we'll add this toaster component from the component UI sonar, and whenever you want to use, here we can say toaster, sorry, toast dot warning, and then we'll say we can just write this message, okay, because we're already returning from the API, and then save it. As simple as that. And once you navigate it, obviously we are good to go. Now on this page we need to add an UI. So we'll go to the page.tsx where we have the start interview screen. Now I already have one image added in my public folder. So if I go to this public, the interview.jpg file I'm going to use to display that. So we'll say source slash interview.jpg. In alt tag I will say interview. The width, let's say 600, height 400. Okay, if I save this one, this is how it look like. Let me decrease this size, 200 maybe, and 400 for now. I want everything in the center of the screen, so we'll make it flex item to be in the center, justify content in the center. We'll give margin top to, let's say, 24. Okay, and then below that I will write h2 tag, but I will wrap inside the div, and here we'll say ready to start interview. Over here we'll add a class name, we'll say font bold, text 3XL. Make sure you will provide a flex column because we want everything one after other. For this div I'm going to add a padding, let's say 6, and to this image we'll add a class name. We'll say width full, okay, and height to, let's say, 200 pixel, and here we'll say object cover, maybe we can add more. Now for this div I'm going to add, but it's stretching out, so what we can do, we can wrap this inside the div. Okay, so I'll add simply div tag, and to this div tag I'm going to add maximum width. So we'll say maximum width to, let's say, 3XL. okay, but make sure you'll provide a width to be full, something like this. And for this image I will say object cover. Perfect. Now you can give some more size, let's say 300. Perfect. I think that's pretty good. Here you can add just 14, not too much, and then we want to keep this in the center of the screen, so we'll say text to be in the center. Perfect. And then we'll simply add a button, and here we'll say start interview. I will add arrow right, something like this, and here we'll say flex column item to be in the center. Perfect. Also you can add space y to 5, some gap. Okay, you can add some description over here, so I will say add description. So I just pasted this interview will last 30 minutes and blah blah blah. Let's save it. Okay, perfect, something like this. Oh, okay, one more thing, you can just make this gray 500, and then we have this start button. After this I'm going to add an horizontal line, Okay, so over here we'll say HR line, or maybe you can add a separator, and below that you can simply add an input box. So here we'll say h2 tag, and if I want to see mockup, this is how the mockup will look like. I will just paste it this text over here. I will say class name, font semi bold, text to Excel, and save it. Okay, and below this we'll just add input. Inside this we'll say placeholder, enter email address, and then we want to add a button called send. Perfect. Obviously the input and button we want in one line, so I will add a div. I will wrap this in a div and we'll say class name flex, gap to 5. Over here we'll say width to be full, but maximum width let's say 2 XL. And here as well I will give full width. I think let me Excel only. Okay, maybe you can give maximum width to this div. I think that's much better. See, okay, and then you have the same button. I will wrap this in a div tag so that we can add some styling to this particular section. So over here we'll say class name, padding to let's say 3, background gray let's say 100, and we'll say rounded to 2 XL. Okay, I think we can add more padding, and here I will just make it 50 only. Perfect. Okay, so here this option for the user, if user want to send to someone else, just I will give margin top to 2, some gap. Perfect. Now on the click of the start interview, we actually need to start the interview process, where we are going to add a streaming avatar. He will ask you the question and you have to answer it, and at the last we are going to give the user all the complete feedback about the interview. Once user click on the start interview, we are going to redirect user to the new screen where we are going to connect user to a live streaming avatar. And obviously for that one we are going to use an Akool. Akool provide you a streaming avatar functionality. Along with there are a lot of different products you will find on Akool. In one of my previous video, I used this Akool product and many users requested some new tutorial on this one, and that's why I came with this Akool's streaming avatar features, where we are easily integrate with a live streaming agent. How cool, right? And it's very easy to integrate, and that's what we are going to look into this particular project. So click the link in the description. So we'll jump onto this Akool. Now before we start implementing it, I want to walk through the step-by-step guide how we are going to implement this particular feature. Okay. Now I divided this particular part into two different sections. One is before interview start and after interview start. Okay. What are the process and what are the steps we need to follow? So very first thing, when before interview actually start, right, before connecting to the streaming avatar agent, we need to fetch the interview question from the database. Then we need to get a knowledge base from for the Akool streaming avatar. That I'm gonna tell you how to do it, right? And obviously we have to create this knowledge base for our interview avatar agent. After this, if the knowledge base is not there, then we have to create that knowledge base. Over here, we'll fetch it if it's already exists, so you don't need to create a new one. Once we have the knowledge base, then we need to initialize the streaming Agora streaming or avatar SDK. Now here is thing, Akool and Agora are already connected together. Okay, we don't need to deal with Agora on their particular platform. Just for your information, that Agora is a video calling platform and it also provides a lot of different feature, but mainly we are going to focus on Akool, because Akool in the behind the scene they are using the Agora SDK, okay, for the streaming platform. Now after performing all of these steps before the interview start, then we are going to click on the connect to start the interview. Now once user click on start interview, then we are going to create an Akool Agora session credential. Now this credential we are going to connect with the Akool, and that credential we need to pass to the Agora in order to join a channel and the chat functionality, okay. And once that is done, you are almost there. You just need to enable some setting like mic, audio, etc. Once everything is done, you are able to see the streaming avatar on the screen, okay. And all of this we are going to implement step by step. Now once you start the conversation, at the end of the conversation we are going to store all the conversation messages, which we are going to process with the help of AI model in order to get the feedback, okay. Now first thing first, let's implement this particular part, okay. So before interview start, now I will go back to our application, and then inside the interview where we have this interview ID, inside this I'm going to create a new route called start, where we're gonna start the interview. Inside this we'll create a page.tsx file, then add a default template, and here I will rename this to start interview, and then save it. Now inside the start interview we need to get the interview ID. I will just make sure this field name is correct. So over here we need to write interview ID is equal to use params. Now once you have the interview ID, you need to fetch the interview questions. So over here we say constant get interview questions is equal to an arrow function. Now obviously from the Convex, so we'll go to the Convex, we need to write a query inside the interview.ts. So over here we'll simply say export constant get interview questions is equal to query, because we want to fetch the data. Inside the query you need to pass the interview ID. So in this case we'll say interview ID of type string. Make sure it's you need to add it inside the arguments, because this is your arguments. Then add an handler with an async with ctx comma arguments and the arrow function. Inside here we'll say constant result is equal to await ctx dot db dot select dot query, and we need to provide a table name. Over here we'll say, so let me add a dot where clause, sorry, dot filter, because we want to filter this one, and then we need to add a condition. So first we need to write q dot equal to, and then inside this we'll say the left expression, so that depends on the q dot, not q dot, so here we'll say q dot fill, then give the field name, so depends on the ID we need to fetch the data. So here we'll say then arguments dot, so this need to be an interview record ID, we'll say interview record ID, okay, so meaningful I think. And then the last we'll say collect, because we need to select all the data. Simply in the last we'll say return result. Now once you define this query, in order to use this query only when the interview ID is available, we'll define a convex using this use convex hook, okay. And then inside here we'll say constant result is equal to await, then we say convex. Inside this we need to add API dot interview dot get interview question, and then we need to provide parameters, okay. So in this case I think we just have the interview record ID. Okay, and for this one we'll add interview ID. I think here we need to pass a query, and here I will make this as async. Just one quick update. So here this ID need to be of type ID only. So here we'll say v.id, and then you need to give the table name, this one. Here for now I will add tsignore, okay, and then save it. Now this get interview question we need to call inside the use effect whenever this component get load, and make sure whenever the interview ID is available, something like this. Okay, once we have the result, I will first console this result and then save this one. Now we'll go back to our application, we'll test this out. Now make sure on the click of this start interview, you will redirect it to this /start button. So I'll go to the page.tsx where we have the start interview. Over here I will add this link tag with the hrefs, and then I will make sure to wrap this. Inside here we need to add /interview/ the interview ID. So I need to get this ID. If you don't have, make sure to get that, is equal to use params, because that we need to pass inside the router, and here means this inside this link. So here we'll say interview ID plus /start. I will just refresh the screen. Now if you are using this hook, make sure you will mark this component on the client side, and then if I click on start interview, it should redirect it to the start screen. So if you right now if you see, we are on the start screen. Now we have this error because we are using a hook and we did not mention it as a use client at the top. Whenever you are using any hook, you have to make sure you have to implement that on the client side. And right now if you see, we are on the start interview screen. Now if I go to the inspect panel, go to the console, make sure you are getting the result, and then here we have the result. Okay, so here we have the interview question. Now make sure you are getting only one element. Obviously we are getting only one element because we are fetching with the interview ID. Okay, so over here we have one option, just you can return the first element and then save it, and now you will get just that particular result. See, now once you have the interview questions, we're gonna save that all the object for now. So over here we'll define constant interview data comma set interview data is equal to use state, and here you can define a type as well. So in the type will say interview data, and then mention the type depends on this value. So here we'll say job title, job description, then we have the job description of type string, then we have the interview questions. Obviously it is a array. Then we have the status. Status is not that much required, and user ID, that is also not required right now, but you can add it just for in case we need this ID. So I will add that too. And inside the interview question, if you see, we have answer and a question. So over here we have answer, or maybe we can do one thing. For an interview question, we'll define a type. So here we'll say answer of type string, and then we have question of type string. And over here now we can simply define interview questions and the array of that one. Okay, and then you can define a type. This is how simple it is with the TypeScript. Now next time whenever you want to refer this interview data, it automatically give you the suggestion which field it is available to use it. Now over here we'll say set interview data with the result. Okay. So over here I think we also need to mention it as a underscore, optional field with a null. Okay, and then save it. Perfect. Now this is the one part that we implemented. The next part is to get the knowledge base, okay, for the interview data. Now click the link in the description for the Akool documentation. Once you are on the Akool documentation, I will go to this API for now and go to this API documentation. Okay, inside here search for the streaming avatar. Inside the streaming avatar you need to you can see all the information over here. Okay, but for the knowledge base you will see another option on the sidebar called streaming avatar knowledge base. Over here click on this knowledge base. Okay, on the right hand side you will see a different API endpoint, the list knowledge base, create knowledge base, get knowledge base detail, and lot of other things. Now obviously first thing we need to get the knowledge base, it means the list knowledge base. Here this is the API endpoint, which is the get call, which we need to call it, and we need to obtain the bearer token for the authentication. Okay, now obviously we did not even log into the Akool yet, right? But before that, in order to make an API call to any Akool endpoints, Akool API endpoints, then we need to pass the token. Then obviously we need to generate this token. So click on this get token, and once you click on it, we need to make a post API call. To that post API call, you need to pass a client ID and client secret key, which you will get it on the Akool dashboard, and then it will generate a token. That token is valid for more than years. Okay, so if you see, only once you have to generate this token, and then you are good to go. So first thing first, I will copy this get token. We are not going to integrate into our application this particular API endpoint, but we are going to make with the help of Postman, if you are using Postman, or you can go to your local API client in order to send the request. So I'm using this request bin. So go to the requestbin.com, you will jump onto this website. Here I will paste this API endpoint, make sure change this to post, then go back to your Akool. Now in this case I will log in to akool.com. okay, if you have an account, make sure to log in it. If you don't have, make sure to create, is free to use. Then we'll go to the get started. Inside here you will find an option called API, or you can find it on the top as well. Click on that one. Over here you will find a client ID and the client secret key, which is already for my previous application. But if you don't have, create a new API credential. Over here I will say mock interview app, and then we'll click next. Once you click next, you will get this client ID. Copy this client ID, and for the sake I will put it inside this .env.local file. So over here we'll say client ID, okay, and I will paste it here so I will not lose it, and then secret ID. If you see it saying it show only once, okay, so over here we'll say client secret ID is equal to, and paste it here, and then once you copy it, just close this one. Now we have to go back to the documentation, and inside this post request we need to pass client ID and client secret key. So inside the body parameter, so this is our API request. I will go to the body parameter. Inside here we need to create a client. I will just copy this text, client ID and client secret key, and this is how you need to pass. We already have this client ID and client secret key. I will just paste it here. Something like this. Okay, once you have that, make a request. Once you make a request, you will find this token. See how quickly. Copy this token because we want all of this. So I will copy that, we'll go back, and here we'll paste it inside the .env.local file. So here we'll say Akool API token, and then paste it here. You don't need to add this double quote, so I will remove that and then save it. And that's how you have to generate the API token. Okay, once we have your API token ready, now I will go back to our previous page where we have this knowledge base. Now we will get this knowledge base first, so we'll go to the knowledge base, list the knowledge base, and here we need to make a request. So I'll create a new API endpoint. Inside the API, we'll call it as a Akool knowledge base. Okay, inside this we'll create a route.ts file, and then we'll say export async function. It is a get request, so we'll say request next request. Now inside here we need to pass the knowledge base ID. Okay, from it we'll get to know whether that knowledge base is already exist or not. So we are going to implement step by step. Don't worry, we are not going to skip any lines. Okay, now in order to make a call, we'll copy this get request. Okay, and then here we'll say constant result is equal to await axios dot get, then paste this endpoint. Inside here we'll pass an header. Inside the header we need to pass an authorization, and here we'll say bearer token, and for a bearer token we already have that token, right? Here I will use this tag, and then we'll say process dot environment, and then copy this environment variable name which you want to pass. Once you have that, obviously you can return the result. So over here we'll return next response dot json result dot data. Okay, only data which you want to pass. Right now I think let's test this out. So I will go to the start page where we need to call this method. So we'll say constant get knowledge base and arrow function. Inside here we'll say constant result is equal to await axios dot get slash API slash Akool dash knowledge base, and then that's all we need to do right now. So inside the console we'll say result. Here I will make this as a async. Okay, obviously we just need to add one knowledge base. Okay, now this get knowledge base we need to call inside the use effect and then save it. Now let's test this out. So I'll go back, I will refresh the screen, and inside the console we'll see whether we get the knowledge base. And if you see inside the data on line page 42 we have these two data. Okay, so it means we have the two knowledge base for this token ID which I already created. Okay, and these are the two knowledge base we have. Okay, with this prompt and all of this information. But for you, if it's not there, don't worry, because we are gonna learn now how to create a new one. But if you want to delete that knowledge base, you can even delete it as well. Okay, so it's up to you. So right now I will just pause the video, I will delete it, so we'll start everything from the scratch. Okay, somehow it's not get deleting, but you can try this out. Okay, once you have this knowledge, if you don't have any knowledge base, then inside the route we're gonna check. So here we'll say if result dot data, or we can look for the specific knowledge base with the name. So if I go to the data, right, inside here you can search with the name as well. So here we'll say if the result dot data, or maybe at the top we can say constant if exist is equal to data, or sorry, result dot data dot list dot find. Here we'll say item of type any, so we say item dot name dot trim is equal to and this particular name, let's say interview agent prod. Okay, if that id is not there, I will just compare without trim. I will check if it exists or not. So, okay, if it's not exist, then we'll create new knowledge base. Now in order to create a new knowledge base, we'll go back to this documentation. Here you have option called create knowledge base. Copy this endpoint. Obviously this is a post request, so make sure you add constant response is equal to await axios dot post. Paste this endpoint. Inside that we need to pass an header. I will copy this authorization as it is over here. Okay, and now to this knowledge base we need to pass few parameters. If you see, we can pass a name. So in this case maybe we'll say name. Oh, so over here only you need to pass, so just click enter name. So here we'll say interview. I want to give same name. Okay, so next time it will not create. Then we need to pass a prologue. Now prologue is an opening or greeting message. Okay, so that is very important, so I will add that too. So here we'll say tell me about yourself as a first question, you can say. Then we need to pass a prompt. If you see, this is the prompt that we need to pass. Now for the prompt I will go back to this documentation. I already have this prompt, you can use this and then paste it here. Okay, so here we'll add this tag and then I will paste it. Now it just saying that you are a friendly job interviewer and you have to ask the following question one by one. Now over here obviously we need to provide the questions list, right? Now make sure you will get this question list. So we'll say constant questions, okay, and then is equal to await request dot json. Now obviously we cannot pass it to this query parameter. We need to convert this into a post request so that we can pass it to the body. So here I will make this post, okay, and then save it. Obviously inside the start I will make this as a post only. Okay, so remember this to update get request to post request, and these questions now I'm going to pass over here, something like this. Okay, as simple as that, and that's how our prompt is also ready. Next parameter is a document or URL. If you have any document file or URLs, that also you can directly pass as a knowledge base, so you don't need to do any implementation. Akool obviously take care of your knowledge base from the documentation or from the URL, but in this case is a simple text prompt that we are providing. Okay, now we already have a header and everything. Now once the request is ready, you can just console it. So over here we'll say console, not console, but let's console the result. So we'll say response dot data. Okay, and then inside the return we'll say next response dot json result or response dot data, as simple as that, and then save it. Now once you save, we'll go back and we'll test this out, but don't forget to pass the questions inside the body. So here we'll say questions, and in order to get these questions you can say interview data dot interview questions. I think that's all we needed, and then save it. Now let's try this out. So right now if you see, as soon as we save, we got an error. So in order to check the log, I will go to the console. Inside the console you will find this particular error, right? So it's saying it exists and then it give the error. So over here you don't need to pass a list, it's just result dot data dot data. Okay, and now if I refresh this, let's see, and boom, if you see in this case we got, okay, so we got a message saying authorization cannot be empty. Okay, so somewhere we did not pass a correct authorization. Oh, so over here we need to wrap this header as a third argument. Okay, maybe need to wrap like this. And again this one. Okay, so it's just mismatch of the curly braces, so make sure to fix this. Now we'll go back, we'll refresh the screen, and we have the result. It's saying okay, and boom, if you see we have brand new name with the prologue and the prompt as well. We have complete prompt. Inside the prompt, if you see the question is undefined. We'll fix that issue in a moment, but right now we are able to create the prompt successfully. Now one more important thing here you need to consider, that our prompt need to be different every time. Okay, if you want to use existing prompt you can use, but every time the questions are different, and then we need to use a different prompt every time. So even though if you did not call this method, that's completely fine. Okay, and then we'll also not use this exist method, but just for your example purpose I added this get request, so that if you are using any agent that need to be used for the same purpose, then you can use this same knowledge base. And regarding the questions, right, it's not working because we are calling interview question and immediately we are calling knowledge base without fetching the question list. So I will just move this get knowledge base after the interview data is there. Okay, and I think let's pass this interview data as it is to this result. Over here we'll say or maybe we can use another use effect, and once the interview data is there, so here we'll say interview data is there, then only call get knowledge base and then save it. Now if I refresh the screen, obviously we might not get, so if you see it's saying already exist, right, that knowledge base is already exist. So basically what we can do, we can add a timestamp. So here we'll say date dot now. So what it will do, it will create a new name every time and new knowledge base every time, and boom, if you see now we have, oops, I think this one, now we have the new knowledge base. See, okay, and obviously we have the questions which is object it's returning out. That's completely fine because it's actually a JSON, right? So that's why. But I hope you understand this one. If you want to see the actual questions, you can just change this to a stringify, and then if you refresh the screen you will see the result. So over here, and then you will see this interview question. See, okay, so that's how. The next step is we need to initialize the Akool Agora Streaming Avatar SDK. Now I'm going to follow little bit in different way that I already put the link in the description about this SDK. Okay, now this streaming SDK is from the Akool only, so don't worry about that. First we'll copy this, then we'll go back to our application inside the new terminal. Just make sure to install this, so it will install this SDK. Next we need to create an instance of this SDK, so we'll copy this, and inside our page.tsx file, maybe we can just collapse this, we'll create another use effect. So over here we'll create an use effect. Inside this just paste this SDK, make sure to import this, and here we'll say SDK only in small. I will copy this import statement like this. So make sure it is installed. So right now, okay, so we got an error due to the permission. So over here, if you are using MacBook, make sure to add sudo this link. Let me clear this at the start. For Windows, I don't think so we'll get any error. Okay, if you get any error, make sure to install this. Then once you define this, if you see we don't have any error. Next is we need to register that different event handler. Okay, so I will copy everything as it is, and then over here inside this use effect only I'm gonna paste it. As we are using SDK short form, I will just replace with this short form SDK, and here we have different event. Now inside this on user publish, I'm gonna remove this. Okay, so we're gonna use in different way. So for the video I will say user dot video track dot play. Okay, and then we need to play in our div tag. Obviously we need to define a container, so I will call it as a video container reference dot current. Now if you don't have this container mention, we will define at the top. So over here we say constant, define this container is equal to use reference, and initially I'll put it as a null. You can mark this as a type any. After this, for the audio I will say user dot audio track dot play. Okay, I'm just simplifying all the logic and then save everything. Once you save, over here we need to we will define one state. Okay, in that one we need to save this SDK instance. So over here we say constant agora, we'll say agora SDK comma set agora SDK is equal to use state, and you can provide a type generic agora SDK or null, and so this need to be a type something like this. Okay, and at the end of this one we'll just set this agora SDK with the SDK instance. After this you can even clean up. Okay, so inside the return we'll just say SDK dot leave chart, then SDK dot leave channel. If we are not using anymore, right, it's always good to clean these all the instance. Okay, and then simply save it. Now as you are using use effects, okay, so make sure you will execute only once, so don't forget to pass an empty array and then save it, and that's all. So our this particular step, the Agora SDK initialization, is now ready. Now if I go back to our application, go to the inspect panel and just make sure you don't have any error, and if you see it's saying your Agora instance is created. Okay, it means it initialized successfully. Perfect. Now the next part is the start interview, where we need to create an Akool Agora session credential. So first thing, we'll go back to our application, and here we're gonna define a container, as we are already want to load the avatar right on inside this div. So for that one we need a container, which the reference we already defined. So over here we'll say div, inside this div provide the reference. So here we'll say video container reference, then we will provide an ID for this container. So we'll say container ID. Okay, and we'll define this container ID at the top. So this need to be an container ID. So at the top I will say constant I think I did not copy that. Let's copy this and then paste it here, and you can define you can give any name for this container ID. I will say let's say Akool Avatar container. Okay, along with this one we need an avatar ID. So we'll say constant avatar underscore ID, which you can get it from the Akool from the API. The one of the ID is which I'm going to use, and I'm going to tell you how to get all this ID. Okay, so this particular ID I already have, so I'm using this one as well. Now next we'll go back, and in for this particular div we'll apply some styling. So over here we'll say style. Inside the style we'll provide a width. I think we added extra curly braces. So over here we will say width of, let's say, 640. Let's add some height, let's say 480. We'll change this one. Okay, then the background, I will add a black background, so we'll say hash 0000, and then we'll add some margin top, let's say 20. Next we'll add a two button. Okay, so over here maybe we can add it below this div. So one button to mute the mic and unmute the mic. Okay, so over here if mic is on, so I think we need to define one state. So we say constant mic on comma set mic on is equal to use state. Initially it will be false, and here we say if mic on, then we'll say mute mic. Obviously we want to change this, all the styling and all this, but just for the testing I'm going to add some data, and we'll add one more button. Here we'll say leave conversation. Okay, then we also want a button to start the conversation, so we'll create a button. Here we'll say start conversation. For this button I'm going to add on click method, and here we're gonna create a start conversation method. Now inside the start conversation we need to create an Akool session. Okay, Akool Agora session that we just define in the step, so this particular step. Now in order to create this, simply we'll go to the Akool documentation. Inside this Akool documentation we will find this streaming avatar. Go to the streaming avatar option, and here you have option called create session. We need to call this particular API endpoint in order to create a session. So copy this. Obviously we need to create a new API endpoint inside the route. Inside this API. So I will create a new folder called Akool session. Inside this we'll create a page route.tsx file. Over here we'll say export async function post, and this is the request, so we'll say next request. Now inside this we'll say constant result is equal to await axios dot post, and simply paste this endpoint. Inside this post method we need to pass an author ID. Okay, so if you see this parameter inside the documentation, you need to pass author ID, which is the required field, and you can pass the knowledge ID, so that that particular author will answer and will train on our knowledge, right? So for the author ID we can get this author ID from here, we already defined. So two parameter we need to get it to this post API call. One is the author ID and another is knowledge base ID. Okay, the short form I put it as a nkb underscore ID. Here we'll say await request dot json. Now here I will pass author ID as author ID, and then we need to pass the knowledge ID as well. For the knowledge ID we'll say kb ID. Once we have the result, we'll say return next response dot json, and inside this we'll say result dot data, and then save it. Over here obviously inside the start conversation we need to call this API, so we'll say constant result is equal to await axios dot post slash API slash Akool session, and inside the post API we need to pass two parameters. One is the author ID, so copy this field name which we already have this author ID, and then another is the knowledge ID, right? Now this knowledge ID, when we get the knowledge ID, we need to save this in some state. Okay, so we'll define, so we'll say constant kbid comma set kbid is equal to use state, and I will just over here for now, in order to get knowledge base, right, we'll see what data we are getting inside the result. So if I refresh this screen, we'll get the knowledge base information, right? So this is not this one, so this one. So inside the data we again have the data, and then inside this we have underscore id. So make sure we'll set the kbid as result dot data underscore id, and that's how we'll get the kbid. This kbid obviously now we're gonna pass over here. Okay, as simple as that. As we are using await, let's make this as async, and then inside here we'll get a result dot data. Now here we'll just saying create Akool session. Next thing, we'll check until this point whether we are getting a data or not, right? Right now if you see, we have this blank screen where we have a button called start conversation. Okay, we're gonna update this in a moment, but for now let's click start conversation. Okay, let me refresh the screen first. So now everything we have, say start conversation. So right now we get an error. We have an error, we'll find inside the console what's the issue. So let's scroll down, and over here if you see, it's saying invalid URL. Okay, so maybe because we use this post text, so let's delete this post text. So that's the reason. And now we got this, not this one, I don't think so this is anything, but if I click on start conversation, again it's saying authorization cannot be empty. I think we forgot to pass the header. Okay, so over here don't forget to pass a header. Inside the header we need to pass authorization. I will copy this authorization, same like previous one. Okay, and then save it. Perfect. Now let's click start conversation, and so it's saying the author you are trying currently is busy, please try again few minutes. The priority access to create a custom fine tune reached out our sales team and sales. Okay, so currently the author which we are trying to use it, right, it is currently busy. Now the question is how to get a different author. So it's quite easy. So if I go to the author, inside here you have option called get streaming author list. Just click on that. Here you will find an author list, right? Now I'll execute inside the REST API, where we make sure to pass a bearer token in order to make a call. Here make a get request, simply click send, and then here you will find a different author list. You will find an author ID, see this one. So you can use any author ID. For example, let's use this one. I will update this author ID inside our page.tsx file at the top where we define this, and let's try this out. So you have to test this out. Sometimes the author might be busy, so you can use the author which you think that it's ready to use. Okay, now over here again, if you see, now we get the credential. Okay, so inside the credential we have this Agora app ID, channel, token, UID. That's what we needed. Okay, so if you see, it is inside the data under the credentials. So make sure to save that in a one constant. So here we'll say constant credentials, okay, is equal to await, not await, sorry, result dot data and credentials. Okay, so inside this we have these credentials. Perfect. Now once we have the credential, we need to connect to Agora channel and start chart. Okay, so over here we'll add a condition if the credential is not there, then simply we'll throw a new error saying missing credentials. Then we'll say await Agora SDK dot join channel, and inside this join channel we need to pass a few parameters that you will get it on a GitHub page. Okay, so over here if you see, these are the field we need to pass. We just join the channel, then we need to join the chart. So let's copy here and paste it. Okay, then we need to simply use this join chart method. Okay, so over here we'll say Agora SDK dot join chart. I don't know why we get this error. So it's saying Agora SDK is possibly null. So to fix this issue, I will say if not Agora SDK, then return empty. Okay, and I think now we don't have any error. Now for the mode, you can select dialog mode, and one is for the repeat mode. Repeat mode means whatever you talk, it will repeat you, and for dialog mode, it will actually speak. So here we'll say 2. Now for the voice ID, okay, you can get it from the Agora. So one of the voice ID I have is this one, wavenith. So here we have n8n. Okay, obviously I will list out more voice ID for you. And the next thing is we need to toggle the mic. Okay, so you can enable the mic as well, so you don't need to configure through the React, it automatically enable for you. So here we'll say Agora SDK dot toggle mic, then you can set the mic on to true. Okay, and then I will define one state whether it's join or not. So we'll say constant join comma set join is equal to use state, and initially it will be false. Once it join, we'll set the join as true. Okay, now whenever the join is true, so here if not join, then only show this button, otherwise show this leave conversation button. As simple as that. Okay, now once you want to leave the conversation, means you want to end the call. Okay, so we're gonna simply add a constant leave conversation. Inside this, here if you say if Agora SDK is not there, return nothing, and then here we'll say await Agora SDK dot leave chat, then await Agora SDK dot leave channel, await Agora SDK dot close streaming. Okay, and here we'll say set join to false and set mic on to false. Okay, and here we'll say async. Now everything you can refer directly from the this GitHub page. Okay, everything is mentioned over here. Now this leave conversation we need to attach to this button, and for a mic as well, in order to mute and unmute the mic, we'll say toggle mic. Here we'll say await Agora SDK dot toggle mic, and here we'll say set mic on to Agora SDK dot is mic enable. Okay, so this has a function called is mic enable, it will automatically return for us. Obviously here we need to write if Agora SDK is not there, then return nothing. I will make this as async. Now this toggle mic I will connect. I think we can connect to this button on click. Perfect, and then save it. Now let's test this out complete scenario of, okay, if you face any issue, any problem, we'll just fix this. Right now I will say start conversation. Right now if you see, the conversation is started. So there is a one line that we miss. So inside the on user publish, if I go to this documentation over here, if you go to the top, we need to add this get client subscriber. Okay, so maybe over here I will just copy this and also you can copy same thing inside the audio too. That is important as we are using SDK, so make sure to update this as a SDK and then save it. Once you save, we'll go back, let's refresh the screen, and I'm just opening this console. If we have any error we can observe this, and let's start the conversation. And boom, if you see, we have this beautiful avatar. Say hi to her.
Hi there. How can I assist you today?
But that's weird, I just ended the call. The voice is not matching, right? We have the girl and obviously our voice is not a female one. So you can simply fix it by updating the voice ID. But until this point, I hope you understand everything. The how we step by step implement the feature and our streaming avatar is ready. So how you speak depends on that one. That avatar will give you the response. As our avatar is connected to the knowledge base, so he will ask the question about the interview related query and all. Okay, but right now I hope you have you did not miss any points. If you have any question, let me know in the comment section. Now obviously we have to properly display everything. We have to fix if there is any bug, and then we'll test the final demo as well, that how actually it works. Okay, along with the this particular UI styling, everything that we are going to update now. Now it's time to style our component so that we can implement a proper functionality into our application. If you see this on mockup, it's very rough, but on the left hand side we want to show a user avatar along with the controller where you can start the communication and start the interview. And on the right hand side, as you start giving interview, you will see your translation in a live mode. Okay, so that will be on the right hand side. So obviously we need to divide the screen into two parts. So we'll go back to our application, and inside the start page.tsx file, first I will divide the screen into two sections. So inside the very parent div, we add a class name. We'll make it flex and flex column. But when the screen size is large, we'll make flex row. Okay, because we want to show another div into that one. Then we'll also add a width full, minimum height to screen, and you can add a little bit background. So let's say background gray 50, and then save it. Now for this particular div where you want to show the interview avatar and all, so here I will add a div for that one. The complete div, and another div for the charts. Okay, now the first div you can mention a minimum width as well. So over here we'll add a flex column first, then I will add padding to 6, and whenever the screen size is larger we'll add a width to 2 by 3rd. Okay, so out of the complete screen, 2 by 3rd screen is assigned to this particular div. And if you want, you can add a border as well, or we can just leave it for now. And same thing you have to do, but in this case for this we'll say flex, then flex column, padding to 6, and whenever screen size is larger we'll just assign 1/3 of the screen size and then save it. Now if I go back, this is how it looks. On the right hand side, if you see, this merge area is for the chart, and on the left hand side we have this section. Perfect. Now let's style each section. First we want to add some styling to this container reference. So over here we'll add h2 tag and we'll say interview session. Over here we'll add a text to Excel, font bold, margin bottom to 6. Now I will make sure that all item in the center of the screen, so I will add item to be in the center, something like this. See, I can make this 4XL, little bit bigger. Oh, so this need to be a text 4XL. Okay, now I'll make it this 2. Okay, next thing, we have this div, right? I will keep everything as it is, but over here I will add a class name. I will make a rounded corner, so we'll say rounded to, let's say, 2xl. Then we'll say overflow hidden. We'll also add a border to this one, and along with that we'll say background to white, flex item to be in the center, and justify center, because in this div we want to add a placeholder, right? So if user is not joined, so here we'll add a condition, or not condition, but here we're gonna add some placeholder. So inside the div I will add another div, and then over here we'll add a user icon, okay, from the Lucid React. Over here just mention some size, and then inside the class name we'll make text gray 500, okay, something like this. So if you see that user icon is showing on the screen. Now that is only enabled when the user is not joined, okay. If you want, you can remove this background color. You can add, if I remove this, you can add, if you see now it's a background white color, okay. So it's up to you how you want to show that. Next, we want to add a controller, right? So I will remove this, all of this controller, and obviously the controller you have to add a little bit logic. So I already added this controller code inside the eraser doc. So if you see over here, I already mentioned this is a UI for controller. So I will just copy that and then paste it over here and save it. And once you add this, make sure to import this all the icons, okay, that is very important. So like mic off, and phone off as well. Over here on the click we have this start conversation. So, and I don't think so we added the loading state. So if you don't have the loading state, I will just mention that. So here we say loading, set loading is equal to use state, and initially it will be false. Now you can mention that loading because this is very important. So when you start the session, so if you scroll down here, we can here we have the start session, right? So basically you can set the loading to true, and once it is finished at the end, you can set the loading as a false. Okay, now let's save it and let's test this out, this complete UI, and boom, if you see we have this beautiful button now called connect call, and then once you click on this, it will start connecting to the streaming avatar for the interview. Here if you see we have this blank white, okay, because we added the minimum height to screen. So what we can do, just scroll down little bit. Over here I will add height to make sure it's a minimum height to screen. So that's the reason it was not showing, but now it's perfectly fine. There was a spelling mistake. Now on the right hand side, for now I'm gonna add a chat messenger box. So I will scroll down little bit. Over here we'll add an h2 tag. Inside this we'll say conversation, class name we'll say text large, and then font we can use semi bold, and margin y to, let's say, 4. Then inside this we want to show all the message list, okay. Right now I will keep as it is because once we have all the conversation, then we can simply display it. Now let's test this complete scenario. So I will just say connect call, and if you see we have this beautiful disable button state, okay. Once the call is connected, you will see we have the mute and end call button. Hey, what's up?
Hello, I'm here to help you with any questions or information you need. What can I assist you with today?
You have mute call button as well, and then if you don't want, you can simply end the call, okay. And that's how our simple clean UI for the video call is ready. You can even show your video at the bottom of the screen. It's up to you with how you want to display. Now for the conversation, first we need to save all the conversation in one state. So over here I will define a state. We'll say constant messages comma set messages is equal to use state, and we'll define a type in a moment. So over here I will define type messages, and inside here I will add a from. So either it is from the user, because if you see inside the inspect panel, if I go to the console, we have the message from so over here, let me scroll up where we had some discussion. So over here if you see, we have from, one value is a bot and one value is a user. Okay, so either bot or user. So just remove the extra curly braces, and then we have another value called text. Okay, so text is of type string. Now I'm gonna simply add this list of messages, something like this, and then save it. Now inside this use effect, so if you scroll down, we have these messages. All right, once you receive this message, you can simply save it, right? So here we'll say set messages dot, here we'll say previous message, and then dot 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 previous message with new message. So we'll say message dot PID or PLD. Oh, so over here this need to be inside the square braces, and here I will provide a type any. I think you can provide a type messages as well, but not sure why we are getting error, but it's better you can provide it as a any, and then save it. Once you define these messages, you can simply go to this conversation section, and inside this you can add a div tag. Inside the div we'll add a messages. So we'll say if messages dot length is equal to 0, then we can simply add a div, and inside the div you can add p tag saying no messages yet. Okay, otherwise we can simply show the list of messages. So we can say messages dot map message comma index, the arrow function, and then you can add a div. Now inside the div I will add simply h2 tag to show a message dot text. For a div I will add a key as an index, and then save it. Now for this particular div we can add class name, make it flex 1, then overflow y auto, because vertically we have to make sure it will scroll it. Add some border, we say border gray 200. I will make a rounded corner as well, so I will add rounded XL, padding to 4, and then space y to 3. Okay, between all of these messages. For this h2 tag as well, you can add a class name, we'll add padding to 3, and then depends on whether it's a user's message or AI message, you can just add in a quote, something like this. So first we'll add a curly braces, then this quote, and then you can add a condition. So over here we'll say if message, so inside the dollar, use dollar, write a condition. If we say if message dot from is equal to AI, then we can simply add background, let's say blue 100, then we say text blue darker 700, and self start. Okay, so it will be at the one end, and otherwise we can add a background green 100 and text green 700. Okay, and then we'll say self end, and I think that's all we needed, and make sure to close these curly braces. So this need to be user, and then we have the bot, right? So make sure to add that. I think that's all we need. Let's save this one and let's go back to our application. Also let's add a rounded to, let's say, large, okay, and then we'll say maximum width to 80% because we don't want a complete width to capture, and then save it. Now let's test this out. So right now if I click on connect call, hey, how are you?
I'm just a computer program, so I don't have feelings, but I'm here and ready to help you. How can I assist you today?
Perfect, it sounds good, right?
Yes, it sounds good. I'm here to help.
And if you see, our message is getting rendered, but there are some empty value is getting rendered as well. And also we need everything in one line, so that also you can add it. So let's fix this issue. Now whenever the message is blank, we just avoid adding it, okay? So over here we can check if message dot pld dot text dot length is greater than 0, then only add it. So over here it's saying does not exist. That's completely fine. I will just ignore this. And at the bottom we are also going to add some padding. So over here we'll say maybe over here we'll say margin top to 1, okay, and then save it.
Have feelings, but I'm here and ready to help you. How can I assist you today?
And now if you see, we have this beautiful messages list, okay, that sounds good, perfect. Now obviously you can add more styling, more modern UI into this one. It's up to you how you want to display, but main focus is the functionality. The functionality is working as expected. Here quick thing, you have to mention this screen. I will just add it to this particular div, okay. So that's one thing. And one more thing, that we want to zoom that avatar so that it will look like a profile image, okay. So what we can do, obviously it will
It
speak
seems like
something.
you're asking about a profile image, but I need more context to provide a specific answer. Are you looking for information on how to create a profile image, the importance of profile images on social media, or something else? Please provide more details.
So just click on this particular video, and if you see this video tag, right, to this video tag I will show you how it looks. So first we'll implement a transform to this one, then we can scale it, and along with scale we can just translate to y, okay. Now we want to translate to y, but here we can say, let's say 15%, okay, something like this, see. And then this transform actually we need to add to our you can add it to the global css as well. So let's do this. So I will copy that, we'll go back to a global css file, and at the top we'll add dot video and simply implement that, but don't forget to add this important, okay. So next time it will show you it will show the screen with the only face of that particular avatar. So that's all for this particular chapter. If you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Now there is a one quick update that I wanted to inform. Sometimes the knowledge base from the Akool might not work when you create a session, and that's why Avatar will not understand what to ask and from where it start, right? Now to fix this issue is very quick and easy. Now if you implement that one, you don't even need to implement a knowledge base, okay? So over here you need to write a prompt. So whatever the prompt we have, I will just copy that and I will paste it here. So here we'll say prompt and then simply paste it, okay. over here this need to be an interview data dot interview questions, and then we map it. Okay, so this is our prompt. Now this prompt you just need to send it. So here we'll say await Agora SDK dot send message. Okay, and then simply send this prompt. Now what it will do, our avatar will understand what action need to take very initially, and then it will start the question, asking the question one by one. Don't forget to add this line saying that after the user respond, ask the next question in the list. Do not repeat the previous question, right? And same thing, it will start with the tell me about yourself and like that. Okay, obviously you can customize this message as well, and let me test this out. So once you refresh the screen, let's connect the call, and now we'll discuss it.
Tell me about yourself.
Hey, I am React developer and working in the IT industry from last 6 years.
Can you explain the role of state in React and how it differs from props?
The state in React is nothing but the state management used to set and get the value which you can store like variables. Props basically use it to send the value from one component to other.
Thank you for your response. That concludes our interview questions. If you have any questions for me or anything else you'd like to discuss, feel free to ask. Thank you for your insights. If you have any further questions or topics you'd like to discuss, feel free to let me know.
And that's how it will ask the question and end the topic. Obviously currently in that particular record ID we only have one or two questions, and that's the reason it wrap up very quickly, but that's how it works. Okay, over here on the right hand side you will see all the chart session as well. Now it's time to generate the report or interview feedback from your interview. Obviously, we already have the list of messages. That list of messages we need to pass it to the AI model in order to generate the proper feedback. Okay, and for that one, obviously, we are going back to use this n8 model. It will be make our life easy by adding the complicated integration with the help of this n8 model. So you don't need to add it that integration or implementation into your application. Also inside the eraser doc I already added this sample message in order to test it. So let's go to this n8n model. Inside here we'll create a new workflow, and we can name this as an interview feedback generator. Now very first thing we need to add a webhook. Okay, now this webhook we're gonna use it in order to make a call. Now for this webhook it will be a post request, and let's listen the event so that we can add that. Okay, so we'll say listen the event. Okay, let's copy this first, then we'll listen this event. We'll go back to this example. So let me paste it over here. For the authentication we don't have any, that's good. Inside the body I'm going to write messages. Okay, and inside this obviously we need to send a list of all the messages or conversation that we have, right? So you can copy it from this documentation and then close it. Now once you have this message, just click send. Over here inside your n8n you will get the response. Right now this is the response that we get it. Okay, now this is the first step that we are getting the webhook response. Now the next step is we need to add an AI model directly. Okay, so over here we'll add OpenAI because that's what I'm using, but you can use any free model as well. Over here we'll say message model. Now inside the first prompt, this is the system prompt. Here I'm going to write depends on user conversation or interview conversation messages, generate a feedback and slash report in detail, give all good or suggest improvement if there is any, if there is any. Also rate it between out of 10. Okay, and this is the prompt I wrote. Now I'm going to add a message. Inside the message we need to pass this message as a prompt. Okay, and you can keep this role as a user only. Then you can output the content as a JSON only. Okay, here you can also mention that in the output make sure the field are correct. So here we'll say give response in JSON with field as feedback, suggestion and rating. Okay, something like this, and that's all we needed. Now once you execute this step, so right now obviously we have to execute the previous node, so we'll save this one and I will go back to this node again. We'll listen this node because we are in the test mode, so it's better you can just listen it. I will save it. I don't know what's the issue, but let's execute this workflow. Okay, so sometimes if it's not stable, just refresh it and then we'll execute this workflow. So maybe there is an error. Okay, so here we forgot to add a model, so make sure you will select the model. I'm going to use this Gemini mini model, and now you can say execute workflow. Over here we'll trigger this workflow, and now if you see it's generating the response. Okay, and boom, inside the content we have the feedback, we have suggestion, and then we have the rating out of 6. How easy it is, right? We don't need to even write a code. With the help of this n8n model, you are getting the expected result as well. Okay, now this result obviously you need to return back. So here we'll say webhook response. Okay, and obviously we need to pass this content as a response. So over here we'll say response code. Okay, you don't need to add the response code, but you can pass everything as it is directly. And that's how you will get the response. Okay, now everything is done. Save it. Now here you can enable this so that it will be in the production mode now, and I will copy this production URL. Okay, just for the information, you can see your production execution inside under the execution tab. Over here you will see which one is failed, which one is success, and if it's failed, why it failed. Okay, you can track out each request. Now once you copy this URL, we'll go back to our application. Inside this I'm going to create a new API endpoint, and here we'll say interview feedback. Inside this we'll create a route.tsx file, and then we'll say export async function post, as this is a post request, so we'll say request next request. Okay, now inside that obviously we need to get a list of messages. Here we'll say await request.json. Then we need to call the API endpoint, so we'll say axios.post. This is the endpoint, right? And obviously we need to call or we need to send a body, so here we'll say messages, add messages. Perfect. You can convert this into a string as well. Okay, that will be a good option, so you can write like this. Once you have the result, I will just console the result, and you can return next response.json. Now I will just use this one because we only want to return the exact response, so that's how you will get the response, right? So I will just write result.data.message.content. Okay, because inside the content where we have, okay, over here if you see inside the content we have this feedback, suggestion and the rating, so that's all we needed, and then save it. Now let's go back to the interview page inside the start. Right now when you disconnect it, that's when we need to call. So over here first we'll create a method called constant generate feedback arrow function, and inside this we'll say constant result is equal to await axios dot post slash API slash generate feedback, and inside the post request we need to send a messages as messages. Here I will make this as async. Now this before that I will just console the result, so we'll say result dot data. Now this generate feedback, I'm gonna call it when we end the conversation, right? So here we have the leave conversation and that's when we need to call. So over here we'll say await generate feedback, something like this, okay? And once the feedback is generated, we want to navigate, okay, we want to save the feedback and then we want to navigate it, okay? But before that we are going to test this out. Now for the testing, again you have to start the conversation, do some conversation and then it will generate it. But so doing all of this, instead of this we will just create a single button which will call this generate feedback method by passing the messages, because you already have the list of messages, right? So what we can do, we'll go over here, I will copy everything as it is, okay, and I'm gonna create messages, dummy messages as a demo. So over here we say constant dummy conversation is equal to and paste it, okay. Now we have the dummy conversation. That dummy conversation I'm gonna call it, or we can set it for now to the send message, okay. Let's leave it like this. So over here if messages is not there, or just pass the dummy conversation for the testing purpose, and then we'll add a button somewhere here, and here we say test feedback generate, okay. This method gonna call generate feedback method and then save it. Now it will call this method, it will generate the response, it will console it for us. In the meantime you can show some kind of loading as well. So over here you can show toast message. So here we say toast message dot warning with generating feedback, please wait, okay, and then save it. And once the response is generated, toast dot, here we say toast dot success, this feedback is ready, feedback ready, and then save it, okay. Now we'll go back over here. If you see we have this button, right? Obviously that is only for the testing purpose. So we'll go to the console. Over here we say test feedback. Now we got an error, it's saying 404 error. It means this particular API is not fine, it's not available, so maybe we have some spelling mistake. So I will go to the API. Inside this we have generate interview, or just interview feedback. So this need to be an interview feedback. And then click generate. Now okay, so we have 500 error. Let's see what is the issue. So over here if I go to the console, and if you see it's saying request fail, okay. So inside this n8 model, so if I go to the execution, if you see we have one error response. So we'll check what is the issue. So it's saying webhook not correctly configured. So let's go to this editor, and maybe here we need to say when last node finishes. So response, or we can say using response to webhook node, okay. So maybe that is the correct way. Same thing we already implemented, right? Now let's test this out. So I will click on this test feedback. In the network tab we can observe. So if you see, now it's working. Now we have the interview feedback. Now it's returned the status 200. I will go to the console and boom. If you see, we have the feedback, rating and the suggestion as well. Cool, right? Now once you have this all the information related to the feedback, you can simply save it. Now I will go to the schema. Inside the schema, make sure for the interview you have the feedback column. If you don't have, simply add this feedback column. Inside this, I will make this an optional initially, and I will put a type any because we want to save a JSON. Let's save this one, then go to the interview. Inside the interview, you need to update your particular record, right? So here we say export constant update feedback. Now update is come under the mutation, so we'll say mutation. Inside the mutation, pass the arguments. Over here you need to pass a record ID, okay, so which is of type ID, and then the table name is interview session table. Then here the feedback is of type any. Then you need to pass an handler with the async. Over here we say ctx comma arguments and the arrow function. Over here we say constant result is equal to await ctx dot db dot patch because we want to update the record. Then which document you want to update, that document ID. So in this case we'll say arguments dot record ID and then the field which you want to update. So in this case we want to update the feedback, so here we can get arguments dot feedback. As simple as that, right? And that's all we have. Perfect. And also you can provide a status as complete. Okay, so this interview is completed because we have this inside the schema, we have the status field, so that's the reason. Now once you have the result, you can return the updated record ID and then save it. Once you have the interview convex function ready, in order to use it, first you have to define at the top. So over here we'll say constant update feedback is equal to use mutation, define that API. So we'll say API dot interview dot update feedback. Then we'll scroll down where you want to update. So over here we'll say constant result is equal to await. So here we'll say response because we already used the result. Here we'll say update feedback, and inside this update feedback we just need to pass a feedback. Whatever the feedback we get it, that information we're gonna pass, and the last is record ID. Now record ID is nothing but the interview ID, okay? And over here I will just ignore this one, okay, and save it. I will also console this response and then save. Now if you want to test one more time, let's go ahead and test this feedback generate. Now right now it's generating the feedback. Please wait. Anyway, if you user go to the next page, it will automatically do it for you, and it generated the feedback, okay, but it returned 213. But let's see in the database. So over here inside our database, if you see, we have the feedback for that particular record inside in the form of JSON. How cool, right? That's how easily we implemented this particular feature. Obviously once you are done with this one, right, and once you have the information, you can simply toast the message, and here we'll say interview completed, and then you can redirect it so that you can define a router for that in order to redirect programmatically. So here we'll say router is equal to use router, okay, from the next/navigation, and then over here we'll say router dot replace because we don't want user come back to the same interview. Here we'll say dashboard and then save it. And now we don't want this button, so I will remove this button, and obviously now it will generate the feedback as soon as the conversation is completed. So that's all for this particular chapter. I hope you understand. If you have any question, let me know in the comment section. Now it's time to display the generated interview on the dashboard. Now currently on the dashboard we are not showing anything when the interview is created, right? But now, as soon as user create the interview, we are already saving that interview information to our database. But we also wanted to show on the dashboard, right? As this is the empty state which we already implemented, but whenever user have the any interview, we wanted to show that interview information. And as per this mockup, we have two kind of interview, as you know that one is the resume interview and another is a job title description interview. And whenever there is a resume interview, these are the content which we are going to show along with the status, option to view the resume, and option to start the interview. And same thing with the job title description for the different card. Okay. So first thing we need to fetch the all the interview list. So I will go back to our dashboard page. Inside this page.tsx, we already have this interview list state. Inside this, I'm going to create a new method called constant get interview list, I will say, and then the arrow function. Now we need to create a convex function for this one. So I will go to the interview.ts under the convex folder. Inside this, we'll create a new method called export constant get interview list is equal to query, because we wanted to fetch, and then we'll add the argument. Now inside the argument, we just need a user ID because we want to fetch a record based on user ID. And here we'll say v.id and the table name is users. I will just verify the table name from the schema. So it's called user table. So make sure to provide that. Then provide the handler with async ctx, comma, arguments and the arrow function. Now make sure inside your database for each record we already connected with user ID. So each record we are already connected. So it will be very easy just to fetch all the records with the help of user ID. Now inside the handler we'll say constant result is equal to await ctx dot db dot query on table name, so which is the interview session table. Then we'll say dot filter on, so we'll say q dot equal first, and then q dot fill. Again we need to give the fill name which is the user ID, and then we need to match with our arguments user ID, and then at the last we'll say collect. Obviously it will return the list of the records, so we'll return all of them. So we'll say return result and then save it, and that's how we'll get the interview list. Now in order to use it, let's go to the page.tsx. First we'll define a convex is equal to use convex, and in order to get a user ID we can get it from the user detail context or that particular hook, right? So first I will define this user detail. Here we have this use user detail context, so that we can use it. Okay, so we have this error. Let's simply use this use context, and here we'll say user detail context. Okay, and once we have user detail information, simply we'll say constant result is equal to await, then convex dot query. Here we need to define that API, so we'll say API dot interview dot get interview list, and then inside the argument you need to pass user ID. That user ID we can get it from the user detail dot underscore ID. After this we'll make this as async. We need to call this method, so we'll use the use effect, and inside the use effect we'll call this get interview list. Okay, over here we'll say user detail. Now whenever the user detail is available, then only we need to call this particular method, right? So that's the reason I added this condition. Now once we have the result, I will just console it for now to verify that we are getting the result or not. So I will refresh the screen, and on the right hand side you will see we have the 5 interview record. Okay, Inside this, you can even order it by with the descending order. So here we say, so maybe after this or before this, we need to add order, and then we'll say descending. So it automatically order it by the descending order. Now next thing, once you done with this one, let's make sure to save it in a state. So we'll say constant. Oh, we already defined the state, so we'll just set it there. So set interview list with the interview list and save it. Now once we have the interview list, we will not see this empty state. Now if I refresh this screen, okay, so we are still displaying that interview list. So let's go back and check why. That's because we did not set correctly. This needs to be a result. Okay, and over here we need to define the interview list type. So I will define a type called interview. Inside this, we need to provide all of this field like feedback, interview questions. Okay, so we'll say feedback. Okay, right now I will give type any, then interview question. Again I will give type any for this one. Then we have job title, job description. I think we already have this interview type created, so I will directly use this one. If you don't know where it is, so if I go to the start page.tsx file, go to the top, over here you will see this interview data. Make sure to export this one. Once you export, you can reuse it over here, something like this. Okay, so as this is a list, so we need interview data, and then we save this result. Now once we save it, let's go back, refresh the screen, and if you see, now the empty state is gone. Okay, now obviously here we need to show the list of all the records. So I'm gonna create over here, we'll say a div, and instead of this and I will add a question mark. Okay, and ternary operator, and then I'm gonna show the div. Over here I'm gonna iterate this interview list. So we'll say interview list dot map, we'll say interview comma index, and the arrow function. Over here we're gonna create a new component under the dashboard, and I'm gonna keep in the that particular component inside the component folder, and I'm gonna call it as interview card.tsx. I will say interview just card.tsx, that's fine. Then add a default template and then save it. If you see this empty state, make sure to move this to underscore component. Okay, because by mistakenly I added inside the dashboard, so make sure to move this, and then I will remove this import statement and make sure to import the correct import statement for this empty state. Now over here I'm gonna add this interview card component. Okay, and save it. Now let's go to the interview card component, and here we need that interview information. So I will create a prop, type props. So here we'll say type props, and here we'll say interview info of type interview data, and then you can use this interview info. I will keep this I small, and then we'll provide this type props. Then over here, as per this design mockup, first we'll see whether that interview is from the resume or from the job title, right? So let's add an h2 tag. Over here we'll say if interview info dot so in this particular interview data, I think we don't have the resume URL, so I will make sure to add this string. Okay, because that is very important. Inside your tables we have this resume URL, right? So that's the reason we need to add. So that's why I added this particular value. And over here now we'll say resume URL. If it's there, then we'll say resume interview. Okay, otherwise we're gonna show interview info dot from the job title. Okay, and then save it. Then we want to show a description, so same condition I'm going to use over here. Okay, obviously I'm going to change this little bit. If there is a resume URL, then I will use this I will use this text call we generated the interview questions from the uploaded resume. Okay, generated interview will say interview from the uploaded resume. Otherwise we want to simply show a job description and make sure the will only show maximum 2 lines. Now for this h2 tag I'm gonna make it font semi bold text excel, and for this one I will make text gray 500 and then save it. Now once you save, make sure to go to the dashboard. Here to this interview data you need to pass the interview information, each interview information. I will keep this key as an index. Let's save this one. We have an error over here. So inside this interview data type, make sure you can keep it as a null. Okay, so that's the reason we have that error, and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, refresh the screen, I think we have an error. It's saying create interview dialog, cannot resolve it under the empty state. So I will go to this empty state because we have this incorrect import. Now we just move this component, right? So that's the why. And now I think we are good. See, now that particular interview information is getting listed. That's good. Let's go to this interview card. Obviously we need to style it, so we'll say class name, we'll add some padding, let's say padding to 4, we'll add a border, we'll make a rounded to XL, and then save it. Now let's go back to the dashboard because currently this all the cards showing in a list format, we need in a grid format. So for this div I will add a class name, I will make it grid, make grid column 2 for the smaller screen, for a medium screen we'll make 3, and for the larger screen we'll make grid column 4. If you have extra large you can make grid column 5 as well, but I will keep it 4 max. Then gap to 5 and then save it, and boom, if you see how beautiful it's look, right? Then we'll go back. I think we can just change this to 3 and let's see how it looks. So inside the dashboard I will make it 3 only. I think 3 is much better. And also for this one I'm gonna add some margin top to let's say 10. Then we want to add more information, so I'll go to this interview data again. Over here we'll add a div tag. For this div tag I'm gonna add a badge from the shared CN, so we'll use a shared CN, and under the component you will see one component called badge. Okay, so this is how it look like. So it actually we are going to use it for the status in order to show the status. So first let's install this badge component, then in order to use it I will just use this badge component. I don't know why it's not importing correctly. And inside this we'll say interview info dot status. If you don't have the status field, so make sure to add that inside your interview data type. So over here we say status of type string, and optionally it will be null so that we can simply add it. Now once you add the status you will see the complete draft, something like this, right? So also I think we don't need to add anything else over here. You can move this badge to an h2 tag. Let's see how it looks, and then you can make it flex justify between, an item to be in the center. Perfect. Okay, then we want to add a button, so we'll add a 2 button. Now one button is to view the resume. Okay, Now if there is a resume, so here we'll say interview data info dot, if there is a resume URL, then we'll show this button and we'll say view resume. The button name is view resume. And another button, here we'll say start interview and we'll say arrow right, something like this. See, I think we need to add a class name, margin top to 5. I think that's all we needed. We can mark this as a outline. So class name, we'll say not class name, but if you provide a variant as outline, that will be good. Also make it flex, justify between, item to be in the center, and then let's go back and let's see how it looks. I think that's pretty good. See, and that's how our dashboard is almost ready. Now obviously if I reload this one, you will see this screen and then it come back to this particular dashboard, right? That's because inside our dashboard page.tsx, right, when there is a loading, you can just wait and just show some kind of loading indicator or skeleton. So over here we say constant loading comma set loading is equal to use state. Initially it will be false. Now when you are getting the interview list, you can set the loading as a true. Once you finish it, we'll set the loading as a false. Now when there is a loading, we want to show the skeleton effect. Okay, so you can either implement over here or you can implement as a different one. So I will just add a div and we'll add empty state, okay, something like empty array. Then we'll add map, inside the curly braces. Then we add map item comma index. Wait, let me try start it from scratch. So over here we'll add empty array, something like this, dot map with item comma index and the arrow function. Now inside that we want to use a skeleton. Now you can use the ShadCN skeleton component for a loading. So I will go to the ShadCN, search for the skeleton, copy this import statement, paste it here. Once you copy, you can simply use this skeleton example. Okay, so if you see this example, I think pretty good, right? We can directly use this one and I will import it here. Now what it actually do, this particular map, so it will just repeat your skeleton 6 times. Then inside this div I will use same structure, okay, over here, because we want to keep it similar, and for key as an index, and then save it. Now this particular skeleton, let me show you how it looks first. So if you see this skeleton below, right, that's how it looks like. You can make it width full, okay, and I think that's pretty good. But we only want to show skeleton when there is a loading. So here we'll say if loading is there, okay, let's add this condition, then only show it. But also we have to make sure when there is a loading, don't show this empty state. So here we say if not loading and then this condition. Now if I load, it's still showing this empty state. Okay, so I think there is a mismatch again. Okay, so initially make sure we can set the loading true, and now if I refresh this, see, perfect, right? So that's how it works. And on the click of the start interview, we'll make sure you'll navigate to that interview screen. So it's very easy. Go to the interview card because we already have the button. I will wrap this in a link tag with the h reference. Here we'll say slash interview slash and then the ID. So ID will be interview info dot underscore ID, and make sure to wrap your start interview button inside the link, right? Once you wrap, if I click on any of this interview, it will navigate to that particular page, see, and where I can start the interview. Cool, right? So this is the complete flow of our application. Obviously you can upload the resume, add the description and everything else. But I hope you understand this particular dashboard UI. Just we are showing the whatever the user created interview. Now, once you completed the interview, we added this button called feedback. I replaced that button and changed this to a feedback so that on the click of it, we can see the feedback for that particular interview. Okay. Obviously, you can give the interview repeat again, but over here, make sure that we want to add the user feedback so that the user come and check his feedback. Now, on the click of it, we want to open a dialog, and on that dialog you can show all the feedback information which we already storing into our database. So let's go back and we're going to create a new component under this dashboard only, and we can create a component called feedback dialog.tsx. Let's add a default template and then save it. Now inside this feedback dialog, obviously we want to add a shared CN dialog component. We already installed this one, so you don't need to install it again, but make sure to add import statement. Then we'll use this example dialog example, so that also copy and I will paste it here. Okay, and then save it. Now inside this trigger I will use this button, okay, instead of importing that dialog. So maybe inside this interview card we have this button, right? I will cut it from here, and this will be our trigger to open the dialog, and make sure to import this button here. I will mark as a child this feedback dialog. Now you can import something like this, okay, and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, if I open this feedback, let me refresh the screen once and open this feedback, you will see this window. Perfect. Now let's add all the details. So here we'll say interview feedback as a dialog title, and for the description obviously we need to pass a feedback information to this feedback dialog. So I will create a type props. Inside this we'll create a feedback info, okay, and I will define a type over here. So we'll say feedback info type, okay, and over here we need to write all the fields which we are adding to this feedback. So if I go to the Convex, let me go to the development, and if you see inside that we have feedback, rating and suggestion. So feedback of type string, rating of type number, and then suggestion of type string. Okay, now this PDF info I'm going to attach, and then here we'll say feedback info of type props. Here I will use small f only just to avoid confusion, okay, and then save it. Now from the interview card, over here inside the interview data as well, if I go to this interview data, right now we use this feedback of type any. Now I will replace this with the feedback info, okay. So I will make sure I will export this one so that we can use it. So here we'll say feedback info, perfect, and save it, so that to this feedback dialog we can pass the feedback info from the interview info dot feedback and then save it. Perfect. Let's go over here inside the feedback info. Now for the description, if I go to this example, right, if you see this, we have the feedback and then we have the suggestions, okay, which is the list of suggestions. Now first we'll define a feedback. So over here we'll add a div, then h2 tag. Inside this we'll say feedback. I will add a class name, font bold, text larger, and then inside the p tag I will add this feedback. So we'll say feedback info dot feedback. Let's save it and let's test this out. So I will go back, and here if you see we have this feedback as well. I will increase this size, let's say text larger, and here we'll make text to Excel and text color as a black. I will just make it Excel. Okay, so this is the first feedback. For this one I will make font bold, text to Excel. Then we want to show a suggestions. So for the suggestion I will use div tag. Inside this we have feedback info dot suggestions, and suggestion is not a string, actually it's a list of string, okay, something like this, so that we can simply map it. So here we'll say item comma index and the arrow function. Inside the h2 tag we'll say item only. Over here we'll add a class name, and I think we forgot to give the title. So similar like this one, I will just paste this title, but I will rename this to suggestion and then save it. Right now we got an error. Let's see what is the issue. So it's saying undefined reading map. Okay, maybe just add an optional operator fill, go to the feedback. Right now it's not showing the suggestion, so this need to be a suggestions with a S. Okay, so I think I need to update over here as well. And now if you see, we got the suggestions. Perfect. Now for the suggestion you can add a padding, then background gray 50, and then rounded to large. Okay, and I think we can add more padding and padding y to 1. Okay, so some space as well. So this is just a suggestion that we can say, okay, these are the suggestion. You can add some arrow right, I will say, okay, something like this, but we want in one line, so we'll make it flex gap to 2. And for this one I will say height to 4, width to 4, okay, smaller. Then we want to show a rating, so I will copy this h2 tag, and then I will just show the rating in p tag, or maybe we can show over here only in a span tag. And we have this feedback info dot rating. Perfect. So you can even change this color. Okay, so I will change this to primary so that you can see this. Okay, or maybe we can change it over here only. And that's how you will find this feedback for your interview. Cool, right? So that's how you can display. Obviously you can add more style, okay, it's up to you, but our main focus is the functionality, so that's the reason I kept it as simple as that. Okay, I think this arrow right not look good, I will remove it, but only thing that we want to add, I will make this text Excel, okay, little larger, or maybe just text large. Perfect. Now it's time to add a subscription pricing table into our application, and for that one we are going to use a Clerk billing feature. I will put the link in the description for the documentation and the site, so that you will jump onto the exact web page where you can add the number of plans whichever you want, with the all the features which you want to provide in that particular plan, and in app only. With the help of Stripe payment gateway, it automatically integrates the payment gateway inside your application. You don't need to do anything, guys. Okay, you don't need to write a complicated logic, any checkout page logic, anything. Within just one line of code, you're gonna implement this pricing table into your application. And let me walk through the how. So first thing, on the click of upgrade button, so we have this upgrade at the top. We want to create a new screen, and on that screen we want to navigate. So first I will go to this routes. Inside the route we're gonna add upgrade screen or an upgrade page, and here we'll say page.tsx. Add a default template. I will rename this to upgrade. Now once you are on the upgrade page, now it's time to add a pricing. So for that one I will go to the Clerk. Okay, so make sure to log into your dashboard. Inside the dashboard you will see this subscription beta. Right now we did not set up, so you can have option, you have option called get started, or you can go to the configure. Under this configure you will see this billing section. Okay, click on setting. Under setting you have to first create the plan. Okay, so you can create whichever plan, how many plan you want. Currently the default is a free plan. Inside the free plan you can provide a name. The key is very important. Okay, it automatically generates as you enter the name. You can provide the description as well, and you can provide a monthly. Right now it's a free, so it's just it's not enable the pricing, but you can add a feature. So over here we'll say uh, generate to daily interview only. Okay, then we'll create this feature. Then we can add a new feature. Here we can say limited feature access, and it's up to you how you want to do it. Okay, no email support. So like this you can create. Okay, and then once you are done with this one, save this particular plan. Now I will go back again, and in this case I want to create now new paid plan. So here I will create add user plan. Here we'll say pro plan we can call. Okay, inside this you can add description if you want. It is completely optional. Monthly base price you can see, you can set, let's say $6.99. Okay, and if you are buying it annually you can set annual price as well as a $5.99. Oh sorry, so here we'll say $5.99. Then you can add a feature. So you can add a feature, you can select the current feature as well, or if you want you can add new feature. Here we'll say unlimited daily interview, then all feature access, and the last will say 24 by 7 email support. Okay, so these are the feature we added. Let's create this feature and then simply save it. Once you save, let's go back, and here you will see these two options. Now you have option called enable billing. Now currently we are in the development mode, right? So Clerk is enable, the Clerk billing is enabled for the development purpose. Okay, so you don't need to directly connect to the Strapi right now. Once you move to the production, then you can just connect the Strapi with the Clerk. That also you have to just follow the step-by-step guide, click next, 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 it will connect it for you. Now here you will see the billing is enabled. Go to the read billing guide, where you will find a billing documentation, how to add that billing. Okay, as I told you in the beginning that within just one line of code you will add that pricing table, and let me show you how. So if you scroll down a little bit, this is the component called pricing table. Okay, which is importing from the Clerk Next.js. That is the only thing that you need to add. So I will copy this, go back to your application and simply paste it here. Make sure to import this pricing table from the Clerk Next.js, save it, go back to your application, and then over here I will just refresh the screen. So boom, if you see, now the pricing table is showing on the screen. I will just add some style. Okay, so over here I will add flex. Oh, this is a style, so I will add a tailwind CSS. So here we'll say class name, flex, item to be in the center, justify center, and then I will add a height to screen. Okay, so it will be in the center of the screen. I think that's weird, but I will just remove this height to screen for now. Above this pricing table I will say upgrade to pro plan. For this h2 tag we'll say font bold, text to 3XL, and I will make this flex column. Okay, and then we also give margin top to, let's say, 24. I don't know why the margin is not get applied, so let me give margin top to 24, and margin bottom, let's say 10. Okay, and that's how our upgrade plan pricing table is ready. Okay, over here if you click on subscribe, here inside your application you have option to enter the card details and all of this information. Currently we are in the development mode, so that's the reason. You can even test it by with the help of this test card. Okay, but for now I hope you understand this. Now let's subscribe to this one. So once I click subscribe, pay with the test card, and then it will make a payment, say, and then say continue. Currently now you subscribe to this particular plan. You can see all the analytics under this subscription. Over here immediately you will see that user is subscribed, right? And you will see that record as well with the user name, the status, when is the next payment, everything, all of this information, all the analytics you will see under the Clerk dashboard. How cool it is. Now the next part is how to enable this feature so that user can create unlimited interview. If you remember that we use the ArcJet to limit the user interview creation process, right? And if I go to this API where we have an option called generate interview, that's where I think we created this decision maker. See, okay. Now inside this we're gonna first check if this user is already subscribed to the pro plan or not. Okay, so from the documentation, so if I go to this Clerk documentation, if you scroll down, here is a has method which is importing from the authentication use auth, I think. Okay, so this is how you can get it, and then you can check if that particular plan is subscribed or not. So simply what we can do, you can go back and inside this you can say constant or I think it's has is equal to await auth. Okay, now if you see this auth is importing from the Next.js server. Okay, and once you have this has, so over here we're gonna check constant is subscribed user. Okay, and over here we'll say if has, and simply we're gonna add the plan name, something like this. Okay, you can even test it with the feature, and then we have a has plan, and then we need to provide a plan ID. Now that plan ID you will find under the config, subscription plans, and the pro. Over here this is the key that we need to use, so I will copy this pro and then simply paste it. If this is subscribed user is true, so then you don't need to check this condition. Okay, so over here we'll add and not subscribe user. If it is not subscribe user, then only it will go into this if condition. Okay, otherwise it will not, and that's all. That's all you need to do it. That's how easy it is. How easily we added the pricing billing section, how easily we connected to our existing logic, and done. Okay, so I hope you understand this Clerk billing. If you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section, because there are a lot of things you want to learn on this channel. Before moving to the next chapter, I want to introduce a brand new product which I developed called Kravix Studio. Kravix Studio is one of the first AI model which will generate the complete story or short film for you. Okay, where you can generate AI short film, episode based, which contain the consistent character. It will generate the outline for you. You can even edit each scene one by one, or you can generate all the scenes together. Most important, there are consistent character throughout the video. You don't need to do anything. This Kravix Studio AI will take care of it. Not only that, but you can generate the multiple type of video, like you want to create a 3D Pixar, you can create anime style, cinematic, Ghibli style. There are a lot of different style it available. Okay, and most important, it will generate the short film within just 2 minutes, and you can export it immediately as well. It's free to start. You can just go ahead. If you use the link in the description, you will get free credits as well. I will put the link in the description. Go ahead and try this out. Now it's time to deploy our application in the production so that you can share this app with your friends and family. Now, in order to deploy this application, on a cloud, first you need to push all of your code to the GitHub, and then we're gonna connect GitHub repo to the Vercel. Vercel is a free cloud deployment hosting service where you can deploy it for free. Okay, obviously whenever you make some changes into your application, you just need to push your changes and automatically it will trigger the deployment event for you. Okay, so you don't need to deploy it every time manually through the Vercel. Only very first time you have to set up. So before deploying or pushing any of our code, first we'll build our application. If we find any runtime error, we can fix it immediately. So just type a command npm run build, click enter, and then it will start building your application. If you find any error, just fix it and then again try this command so that it will remove complete error if there is any. So right now if you see, there is a one error saying build worker exited with a one signal null. Okay, so over here the image key is not valid route export field. So we use this image kit somewhere. So obviously, so if I search this image kit where we exported at some location, so that's where we exported, right? So we cannot actually export from this page, so we'll just remove this export. This is not good way that you can export from the route. And now I will run this npm run build command again, and now this case, in this case it's working perfectly fine. The build is successful. Now the next step is I will go to the GitHub, create a new repo. Over here we'll say mock AI mock interview 2.0. then you can select the repo visibility, click create repo. Once you create this repo, first you need to set the remote origin. So I will copy this command. Okay, make sure it's initialized as well. Then we need to stage all of this file. Okay, so you have a plus option, it will stage it, or you can use a command line to stage it. Then you have to provide a git commit message. So here we'll say initial commit as a message. You can give any message and simply push it. If you are using pushing first time, make sure to push with this command. Okay, you have to push it to the origin main, but later on you can push it by using git push command as well. Now if I go to this GitHub, refresh the screen, you will see just now we pushed all of our code to this repo. Now the next step is go to the Vercel. If you see, there are many projects running on the Vercel. Here you have option called add new project. Make sure to connect your GitHub repo, and once you connected, you will see your project name. Click import. Over here it automatically detect your framework, right? As we are using a Convex, you need to update this build tool settings little bit. So go to the Convex deploy Vercel. Okay, so you will find this documentation. Now obviously this is official documentation. Obviously I will put the link in the description, just click on that. On this one you need to update this build command to npx convex deploy, and this copy this complete command. I will go to this Vercel, enable it, paste it here. Okay, then you need to add this convex deployment key for the production. So that is the key that we need to add. We can add it later on in a moment, but right now make sure to update this build setting. Now go to the environment file. Obviously I will add this deployment key. Now this deployment key you will find on the Convex dashboard. So go to the Convex. Over here make sure to select the production from this option. Once you are in the production, go to the settings, and here you will find the URL deployment key. Right now we don't have any deployment key, so we'll create a new one. Here we'll say prod, save it, and then copy this deployment key. Once you copy it, paste it here. Okay, now we have more environment variables. Okay, so that environment variables I will get it from the .env.local file. See all of this, copy everything as it is and simply paste it here. Once you paste it, then the last step is deploy, and then your application will deploy in a minute. It start building the logs, then it will install the dependencies, all the packages, and then it will assign a domain for a final production. Okay, so we'll wait to finish this deployment process, and boom, if you see, our application is deployed. If I click on this one, you will see application is running on this particular domain. I will put the link of the application demo so you can try this out, okay? But in meantime, if you can test our application as well, okay? So that's all for this particular project, guys. I hope you really enjoy. If you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section.